All right, and we're live. So today we are gonna continue our playthrough of Kara no Shoujo, or the second episode, also known as The Shell Part 2 Purgatorio. So yesterday we were mainly doing the whole backstory thing that was taking place in this remote village called Hitogata in Toyama Prefecture. Um, this is a side story, or I guess backstory, I guess you should say, that takes place before Second World War. And as you know, this whole game is like the main plot at least takes place after Second World War, like in the 1957, I think was that like the current year. And because of that, yeah, we had to. It has to have some kind of connection with the current plot, right? Um, we've already been somewhat introduced to the current murders that are happening. There was one where we actually had where we actually found a nurse that was working in the Kochiki hospital, who was, well, she was kind of murdered, and she was hung up onto her on a rack for her curtains with coat hangers, and they also, much like in the first game, cut up her abdomen and put something inside, removed the uterus and that kind of stuff. And yeah, but it isn't a black egg as it was in that game. But yeah, we don't exactly know what the deal is with that. We haven't really looked too far into it yet. There was a guy called Masaki who was suspected of being related to it because he kind of had like an argument with the nurse before she was killed. But as was quickly ruled out before because he was taking sleeping pills on that particular day, and yeah, he couldn't have been at the scene of the crime when it took place. So yeah, that was the main lead up, or the main introduction to the murders. But then we got this whole side story that took place in this settlement called Hitogata, and that was our like main point yesterday. It was We got introduced to a group of young people um, that were mainly related to the important families of that village, the Hinagamis and the Kuroyas. And there's also the Shigusas, which are responsible for the shrine of the village. And yeah, the other one of the girls in the group is the daughter of the, or I guess granddaughter, I should say, of the innkeeper in the town. And yeah, so these people, they were celebrating New Year's last in our last session. And yeah, we noticed that, yeah, we were definitely looking at different times because they were very strict in everything they were doing. They were paying their respects to their grandfather all the time, who is a very a man with a strong presence, I guess you could say. That's, I think, how they described it in the game. And yeah, of course, there was also this whole deal with the shrine, with the guest at the Shigusa shrine. It's a girl called Satsuki, and over the course of time, this younger kid of the Hinagami family called Ayato was slowly but surely getting closer to her. They first met her like somewhere running around lost in town, and then he accompanied her together with his friend Naori back to the shrine, and he was kind of pushing him towards her all the time, being a real wingman. And yeah, as a result of that, they met each other more often. They took her with them to their secret base, which is, I think, was kind of a hut that was set up for mining or something like that, if I remember correctly. Yeah, something like that, anyways. And yeah, they hung out in that place. And What else? Yeah, I guess they were slowly but surely approaching the festival that takes place in March in that town. And yeah, this girl Satsuki, she apparently has to learn some kind of dance as she functions as the Oracle, which apparently has like a similar role as a Shrine Maiden. But yeah, she has to learn some kind of dance from this other woman that was working at the shrine called Saya, unrelated to Saya no Uta, of course. And yeah, we're not entirely sure what this is all about yet, but yeah, she pretty much has like some kind of central role because she also had to go to the Hinagamis, the most important family in the village, and introduce herself to this old grumpy guy that we were talked about earlier. And yeah, there was of course also the elephant in the room that I didn't address yet, which was Chizuru and Fumiya, who came to that village because they were they are kind of related to the Kuroya family in some way. And yeah, they were getting it on, I guess you could say. They were closer than siblings should be, let's put it like that. And first there was like this incident where she was kind of pleasuring herself to him, or the thought of him, anyways. And and Fumiya came in, and he kind of wanted to join in on that, or at least that's the impression we got. But she was, even though she wanted it, she kind of pushed him away at first because she was scared. And then he kind of injured his hand on a pitcher of water that was standing around, and it injured his hand so gravely that they had to actually amputate some of his fingers. And then he was kind of pissed because he wanted to become a surgeon, and he couldn't use his hand anymore properly now. But they kind of, yeah, reconcile, I guess, is one word to call it. Reconciled in a very special way, I suppose, later on. And that was pretty much the last we saw of that yesterday. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on, but we're still in the backstory of everything. But yeah, that was pretty much what we saw yesterday. So I think, with that being said, we can jump right into it now. Okay, let me quickly set up everything. Some sound, of course. Yeah, so this is right after the scene in question I just described, which of course I couldn't show on stream, but it happened. Anywho, let's get to it. Satsuki went to the Kuroya clinic all by herself. It was near the base of the stairs to Shigusa Shrine, so there was no missing it. However, she needed to tread carefully so as not to slip on the way down, meaning her knees were shaky by the time she reached the road. Oh yeah, and also something I guess I didn't mention in my recap, but Satsuki seems to talk to herself. That's at least what we think right now. But there were some kind of hints that maybe it's another person. But we don't know exactly, in that storeroom where she's staying at the shrine. But yeah, we'll find out, I'm sure. Yeah. She resumed her journey after taking a quick breather. Shortly thereafter, she was ringing the doorbell.
Hi.
Hello. Oh, Sachan. Nobody ended up opening the door for her. Hello, I have a physical scheduled for today. Oh, okay. Nobody pointed to another door a short distance away. The entrance to the clinic's right there. This is the part where my family and I live. Huh? Oh, I'm sorry about that. It doesn't make much of a difference, really. Oh, by the way, the door isn't locked, so you can head right in. No need to ring the doorbell. I see. Excuse me, then. Satsuki bowed to Naori and went through the other door. Oh, you went to the wrong door at first, huh? So chuckled. Satsuki uneasily settled herself into the patient's stool. She wasn't very good at dealing with candid adults like so. If possible, she would have preferred him to just get straight down to brass tacks. Nanako, the chart. Yes, director. Here for a physical today, correct? Relax. It's no big deal. So appear to have seen right through Satsuki's disquiet. But aren't we taking some blood today? Nanako handed the chart to So. Almost forgot. Shame, I personally prefer handling bots to blood. This guy, man. The nurse suddenly yelped. Sheesh, take this seriously, will you, director? Oh, but I am. We'd be all done by now if this was your physical. Satsuki could tell So had done something even though she couldn't see what from her angle. Can you handle shots? Nanako's question roused Satsuki's attention. Yeah, I think so. Though Satsuki knew what a shot was, she'd never actually had one before. Thus, she felt a bit apprehensive. Let's get started, Nanako. I trust you have this covered. Yes. Nanako brought over some medical equipment. Could you hold out your arm for me? Right. Satsuki rolled up a sleeve and presented her arm. The skin beneath her kimono wasn't tanned in the slightest. Her arms were slender, their muscles practically non-existent. Well, to be fair, she does not seem like the type that would go out suntanning, even if she wasn't permanently in her, in her storehouse or whatever you want to call it. Nanako wrapped a rubber tube around Satsuki's upper arm. It felt tight. You do this so your veins will surface. Several blue lines rose on Satsuki's arm, just as Nanako had indicated. Next, she wiped the underside of Satsuki's elbow with wet cotton. Satsuki shivered a bit from the cold. Now just relax. Nanako pressed her left thumb against one of Satsuki's veins. Okay. Satsuki instinctively looked away when she saw Nanako grab a syringe with a sick needle. She didn't want to see that thing prick her. Relax. A moment later, there was a sting as the needle pierced her skin. Satsuki gripped the edge of the stool. However, she didn't dare tense her arm up. After all, she was afraid. Afraid that the needle would break and get stuck in her arm if she did. It's okay, see? It's coming out now. Satsuki looked up to find Nanako working the syringe. A red liquid now filled it. Satsuki felt something drain out of her each time Nanako pulled the syringe's plunger back. Though it was probably blood, she felt like something else was also getting sucked out of her body. There, this should do. What would that be exactly? Nanako stopped drawing blood, swiftly removed the rubber tube, and pressed cotton against the inside of Satsuki's elbow before extracting the needle. Hold down the bleeding with this cotton ball for a while, okay? Okay. Satsuki did as she was told. Would you mind waiting outside until it stops bleeding? Outside? Oh, I don't mean outside, just in the living room right through that door. Oh, okay. Satsuki heaved a sigh, relieved she wouldn't have to wait outside on a cold winter's day, sunny or not. She staggered toward the door and left the examination room. Sachan? Oh, her beloved Ayato is here as well. Yeah, as I said, they have kind of something going on. Nothing super official yet, but they definitely want each other. What? Rito? Ayato was in the living room. He put down the book he'd been reading and cocked his head curiously.
病院に来ていたの?
You were visiting the clinic?
え、ええ。
Yeah.
あの、
I'm here for a
健康診断
physical.
で。
What about you?
リヒトさんは？
僕はナオちゃんに会い
Came
に
to see Nao.
今は
He
部
just
屋に
went
戻っ
back
て
to
る
his
けど
room, though. That sly dog, you probably knew all about it, just giving him some space.
そう
Oh,
だったん
I
ですか。
see. Satsuki found herself stuttering in the face of this unexpected meeting.
注射打ったのかい?
Did they give you a shot?
あ、これは
Oh, no,
採
they
血
just
で。
took some blood. Satsuki pressed harder against the cotton.
ナナコさんの注射
Nanako didn't hurt you, did
痛
she?
くなかった？
それは
Well,
別に。
no, not really. Now that she thought about it, there'd been no pain at all, even though the needle had been so sick.
僕が注射されるときは必ず痛いんだよね。
Wish I could say the same, it always hurts for me. Ayato grimaced.
もしかしてわざ
Maybe
とだ
that's
った
on
のか？
purpose.
もしかして
You didn't kick up a fuss and get scolded for it, did you?
そんなことはない
No.
よ。
Ayato bashfully looked away. So he did, right?
もしかしたらそのせ
Maybe
いかも
that's
しれま
why.
せんよ。
Satsuki couldn't help but giggle.
だからそんなことないっ
I
て。
don't do that, I swear. Ayato denied the accusation in a huff. I'm glad he's here. Having Ayato around quelled her anxiety.
ね
Say it, Ito.
なんだい？
Yeah?
え、前に
Remember that that promise we
約
made?
束したでしょ？
You mean about meeting up after the festival?
ええ、
Right, that one.
それなんだけど。
Unfortunately, it turns out the day of the festival won't
お
work for
祭り
me.
の日は無理だから。
So let's meet up before it instead.
前。
Before? Satsuki whispered softly into Ayato's ear.
2月最後の日。
That's right. Meet me at a secret base on the last day of February. And with that, Satsuki distanced herself immediately.
さっちゃん。
Satchan,
誰にも言わない
please
で
keep
くだ
this
さ
a
いね。
secret. I won't say
私
another
も
word
もう
about
こ
it
の
again
話
either.
はしませんから。
Satsuki put her index finger to her lips.
うん。
Okay. Though bewildered, Ayato nodded all the same. Yeah, she's really, you know, the other hint, I guess, that would speak for her, you know, being a little, there being two people in that storehouse is that I feel like she behaves really differently, whenever you observe her. Sometimes she's really meek and doesn't talk a lot, and now all of a sudden she's, well, maybe that's just Ayato, you know. He was kind of a little bit shyer earlier, so I don't know.
そうだ、
I know.
合言葉を
Why
決
don't
め
we
ておき
come
ま
up
しょ
with
う
a。password?
合言葉。
Password?
どちらかがそれを口
Right,
に
if
して
one of us says it
合言葉
and
で
the other
答え
gives
た
the
ら
response,
この
then we can
話を
discuss
す
our
るとい
meeting.
うのはどうでしょうか。
What do you think?
なんだか楽しそうだね。
Sounds kind of fun.
でしょ？
I know, right? Oh,
どんな
but
の
what
がい
should
い
we
かしら？
make it?
山と川じゃありきたりだよね。
What about mountains or rivers would be too cliche, wouldn't it?
あまり他人には気づか
True
れに
enough.
くいのがいい
So
わ。
we should go with something that won't attract attention.
私だ
Something
けが
that
わかるように
only will stick out to the two of us.
そうだな。
Hmm.
今
How
日も
about if
雪
one
が
of
降
us
ってる
says it's
と
gonna
言った
snow
ら
again today? The other
でも
replies,
空は晴れている。
the sky is
返すのは
clear
どうだい？
then,
曇っていてもそう答える
even
の
if
か
it's
しら。
actually a cloudy day.
そうじゃなきゃ合言葉にならないだろ
Wouldn't be much of a password otherwise, would it?
真夏でも
What about in the middle of summer?
それはどうだろうね。
Yeah, that might be pushing it. Heh.
夏になったらまた考
We'll
え
just
ま
have
し
to
ょう。
come up with a new one in the summer. Just then, Nanako peeked in the living room.
さつきちゃん、そろそろ
Satsuki, are you
いいかし
ready?
ら？はい、
Yes, has it stopped bleeding?
もう血は止まってますか？
I mean, you should know better than her.
結構時間も経ってる
Been
し、
a long
そ
time
れで
already,
止まら
so
なかっ
you'd
たら
be in
困る
big
だろ。
trouble if it hadn't. A little worried now that she'd heard that, Satsuki timidly lifted her hand. The cotton was stained crimson with blood. A small scarlet dot sat isolated on her arm.
診断の続きをしましょうか。
Let's continue your physical now, okay? Nanako beckoned Satsuki over. Alright. See you later,
リヒト
Ito.
さん、それじゃあまた。
later. I wonder if now was appeared the moment after she left immediately because he knew about it. But yeah, anyways, the setting was Shigusa Shrine. There, Karen was seated in a room. Karen. I can't just not say it that way. Was seated in a room with a floor alongside you and Meguri.
お嬢様、失礼しますね。
Mistress Karen, I'm coming in. Yuka and Mia lumbered in with a large basin and towel. They then sat on the straw mats strewn across the floor. Within it was the clay Karen and Ayato had netted the other day. Yuka took a seat behind Karen.
準備はよろしいですか？
Are you ready? Mia's gaze scanned the group of four.
一体何をす
So
るん
what
で
are you
すか？
supposed to do exactly? Meguri, evidently confused, raises her hand.
お祭りの準備ですよ。
Help us prepare for the festival, specifically by making decorations. Mia produced some colorful papers and handed them to Meguri and you.
これは？
What are these for?
やっこさんや
Can you
鶴は
fold origami
お
into shapes, like people and cranes?
はい、そのくらいでした。
Oh yeah, so as long as it's nothing more complicated than that anyway.
では、よろしくお願い
Splendid!
します。
Just do that, please.
私は
What about me? You just don't cause any trouble.
カレンさんには
You netted
以
this
前
clay
こ
just
の
the other
土を
day,
練って
didn't
い
you?
ただきましたよね。
Yes,
I
with
need
my
to
brother,
show
that
this
is.
今日は
Your
その
task is
続
an
きです。
extension of that.
定められた形
You
の
will be
ものを
molding
作
the
っていただ
clay
き
into
ます。
predetermined shape.
わかりました。
Alright. Yuka set the bucket of water next to her.
私もお手伝いしますね。
I shall be assisting you.
ええ、
Thanks, that'd be
お願いするわ。
great. Karen dipped her hands into the cold water and phased the clay after shaking off some of the droplets that stuck.
どのくらいの大き
How
さで
big should
作
it
ればいい
be?
のですか？
Mia scrunched her face.
そうね。
Well,
6
it says
寸から
here it
7
should be
寸と書
6 to
かれているか
7
ら
suns,
20
so that's
センチほど
about
かしら。
20 centimeters. Well, that's good that they said it here, so, because I wouldn't have known what to do with that. She answered as she read instructions from a weathered book.
形はこれを見
Use
て
this
参考にして
illustration
ち
as
ょう
your
だい。
reference for the shape. Mia handed the opened book to Yuka, who held down the page in question and showed it to Karen. The shape in the illustration resembled a curled-up cicada larva. The only part that resembled a human was the head, clearly separated from the rest. Yeah, we also have seen like this cutscene, or I mean, if you want to call it that, anyways, where a girl that looked like Satsuki, as a matter of fact, formed exactly these shapes, these thingies that look like fetuses. It also had arms and legs, but they were so short that it proved no use at all. The thing reminded Karen of a caterpillar.
これは何ですか？
Say, what exactly is this supposed to be? Curious, Karen turned to Mia and asked,
何でもないものですよ。
"Why nothing at all?" Oh yeah, and that girl also injured herself and then dropped some blood over the figure that she created. That didn't sound very convincing to Karen, but she decided to leave it at that.
あの、
Also, this is a rather tricky shape. I don't know if I'll be able to do a good job.
うまく作る必要はありません
Don't
よ。
worry, it doesn't have to be exact. Simply molding it into a similar shape will do.
そうなのですか？
Really? Huh. Oh, this is a festival we're talking about here. Don't they usually want stuff like this perfect, down to the last detail?
それでは、
I'll
よ
leave
ろ
you
しくお
to
願
it
いし
then.
ますね。
Mia bowed and made her exit.
おひな、何があった
Something
の？
wrong, Ohina? Meguri glanced over at Karen with an origami crane in her hand.
よくわかりませんわ。
Not really sure what I'm making, that's all. Then again, you know, that, it couldn't have been Satsuki, right? Because she was helping with making the clay, previously in our session yesterday, and she was kind of confused about it. So either that was her at a different point in time, Or I don't have a clue what I'm talking about right now. But, you know, a little bit of speculating might be alright. So you're making something different from the rest of us then? Odd. Oh, what exactly is that? You let out a confused sound when she saw the book. Don't ask me. Actually, I've been thinking. Maybe this is supposed to be Lord Hinna. Oh, maybe. Yuka timidly voiced her opinion. Lord Hinna? Wait, you mean the thing enshrined in Ohina's house? I mean, it could be. I've never seen what's inside her household shrine, though. The legends claimed those who worshipped Lord Hinna would be blessed. And at that same time, they said the Hinagamis were the only ones in the settlement allowed to worship him. Perhaps you're making a new one? Should I really be in charge of that, though? I mean, you are a Hinagami, so who if not you, right? Don't see why not. I mean, you probably got the job because you're a Hinagami. Despite this animated discussion, the group knew that no matter how much they speculated, they'd never know the real answer. Still, I've heard stories of those who incorrectly worshipped Lord Hinna getting cursed. Karen froze just as he was about to grab the clay. That's crazy. Curses don't exist, right? Yeah, of course not. They're so unscientific. The quiver in your voice speaks louder than your words. Besides, it's worshipping a wrong that gets you cursed, not making it. There's nothing to fear right now. Sure hope so. Meguri folded her origami into a paper airplane and sent it soaring. From what I heard, the curse really did strike. This was over a decade ago, though. Oh yes, I've heard the same. It happened around the time we were born, if I recall. Did someone die? I'm not familiar with the details. Not even my own grandma will talk about it. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of normal that you don't talk in detail about murders happening in the town, right? Not worshipping it or anything, so I'm not gonna get cursed. Karen took the clay and started netting it after unleashing that spirited yell. Yuka immediately set a wooden board beneath Karen's hands. The clay grew softer with Karen's whole weight pushing into it. It turned out to be easy enough to mold, likely because it'd already been netted once. Please show me the book, Yuka. As you wish, Mistress Karen. Yuka adjusted the book so it'd be easy for Karen to reference. Like this, maybe? Karen piled the clay atop the wooden board in the shape of a semicircle, then molded it into an approximation of the shape in the book. What if we use the spatula? Good thinking. Hand me one, will you? Karen took a spatula from Yuka and scraped the clay as she gradually carved legs. What is that, a chicken wing? No. I mean, you deny it, but, well... Indeed, it's hard to say it resembles the drawing. Meguri and you exchanged looks. It's because I'm not done yet, you jerks. Karen decided to ignore her friends and concentrate solely on her work. She quietly chiseled and molded the clay. It seemed her friends were fully focused on their origami as well. The finished product soon encircled the two of them. Not bad. They made origami cranes, dolls, and even spheres. Can you make a goldfish, young mistress? Part of it is the same as making a helmet, so yes. You began folding. Karen watched two of them out of the corner of her eye. Need to keep going, Mistress Karen. However, Yuka quickly urged her back to work when she noticed Karen had stopped. Right. I wish I was folding origami with them instead. Why do I gotta make this creepy scene? If only Ayato were here.
お嬢様
Mistress Karen.
ごめん
Sorry, I need to
ちょ
go
っ
to
と
the
お手洗い
bathroom.
に
Karen got up and left the room. The shrine itself had no bathroom, so she went outside and headed for the shrine office. She circled around to the back door, only to stop dead in her tracks.
父様
Father? Shizuru stood inside.
ではそのように頼み
Very
ます
well. Do it like we discussed then. Ooh, something shady is going on here. He was talking to someone. Karen hid behind the building and quietly took a peek inside.
ええ
Yes, I understand. It was Saya. The two of them appeared rather close, worrying Karen that she'd witnessed something she shouldn't have.
それにしても
Must say though,
罪な
your sins run rather deep. Saya's voice sounded rather provocative at the moment.
そのくらいの自覚がなく
Believe
て
me,
は
I'm aware.
社長などやっていけ
I'd
ない
never survive as a company president otherwise. Heh. Oh, you, clumsy woman. Karen reflexively shrieked and fell on her backside when snow suddenly slid off the roof, landing mere centimeters from her. What? Chizuru came running when he heard the scream.
カレンか
Oh, Karen, it's just you. Father? Never in her life had Karen seen such a spine-chilling expression on her father's face. However, it lasted but a mere moment.
立てるか
Can you stand? Shizuru's visage had returned to normal by the time he offered Karen a helping hand up. Yes. But what are you doing here,
父
father?
様なぜここに
祭りの打ち合わせ
Attending
だ
a meeting about the festival. Meeting, right. Saya was nowhere to be found. Must have slipped back inside through the back door.
そ
I
そうで
see.
すか
Kara knew her father hadn't expressed interest in the festival for ages. And yet, she could offer no real rebuttal.
今見たことは他言無用
Don't
だ
say a word about what you saw to anyone. You understand?
あ
Huh?
はい
Oh, yes, father. Typical face of the father she knew was staring right back at her as he said that. Shizuru brushed the snow off Karen's clothes before walking away.
父様
Father? What was he talking with Saya about? What were they doing together? As curious as she was, Karen knew she couldn't tell anyone. Shizuru had lost his wife many years ago. Meanwhile, Saya was unmarried. So there was no issue with any of this. A rather mature conclusion to reach for someone Karen's age. But you would think that she'd not be happy about it. At any rate. Seeing how, you know, jealous is she appears whenever her brother is, like, interacting with another woman. But then again, she probably isn't attracted to her father. Hopefully. Within the storehouse. Satsuki was straightening out her collar in front of the mirror. A thin gloss of red adorned her lips. She was applying a smidge of makeup around her eyes as well. Having fun, are we? That mouse formed these words. Perhaps.
そうかもしれないわ
The same mouse answered. The calendar wall was turned to the last day of February. Ah, okay, that's the day she agreed to meet Ayato. This was it. The day of their promise had finally arrived. She got up and straightened out the hem of her robe. This should do. Since she'd gone through the trouble of changing the day of the meeting, she didn't want anyone getting in her way. Satsuki quietly opened the door. There was no one outside. Satsuki exited the storehouse. It wasn't snowing. With the coast clear, she trod across the snow in her sandals. She could hear the faint beating of a drum coming from the shrine office. He must have been preparing for the festival. Satsuki surveyed the shrine grounds. Piles of lumber set in the corners untouched by the snow, most likely set aside for the festival. She'd heard that they'd have modest stalls set up on that day. Furthermore, it also seemed they were building a stage in front of the main shrine. That was where the oracle would dance. It was the main purpose and attraction of the festival. Satsuki descended the stairs to Kamihina. Oh. Huh? She bumped into Ayato at the crossroads. He was carrying a paper bag.
ちょっとお菓子を買いに行ってたんだ。
I was out buying candy, stuff like caramel and starch syrup.
へえ。
Oh. Satsuki looked into the bag. Inside, she spotted a jar and red boxes of caramel.
それじゃあ行こうか、さっちゃん。
Anyway, are you ready, Sat-chan?
ええ。
Yes. The two of them strolled towards Hidari Hinna together.
それでさ、
So,
サイゾ
old
じい
man
さんに
Saizo
怒られ
really
たんだ。
let me have it.
買い食い
Went
すると
on
は
and on
何
about
事か
what a waste it was to gorge on candy. The pair chatted as they ascended the hill.
お国の大事な時に遊びほうけるのはいけ
Told me
な
I
いと
shouldn't
か
be
言われたけ
monkeying
どさ
around during such a crucial
僕たちに
time
は
for
ま
our
だ関係
country.
のないことじゃない
But the
か。
war still has nothing to do with us, right?
そうですよね。
Yeah, indeed. Satsuki nodded.
でも少しでも文
But he
句を
would
言お
have
うもの
kept
な
on
ら
preaching
また説
forever
教
if
が
I'd
始まるからね。
complained, so I just said
す
sorry
み
and
ま
got
せん
out
で
of
したって
there.
言って逃げてきたんだよ。
I had to try to open the door to the secret base.
あれ
Huh? It won't budge.
扉の桟に雪が詰まって
Because
ま
there's
す
snow
よ。
blocking the edge of the door, see? Satsuki pointed to the bottom of the door. The wind had buried it in heaps of icy snow.
本当だ。
You're right.
これ持ってて。
Hold on to this for a sec. I had to hand his back to Satsuki, crouched down and brushed the snow away with his hands.
うわ、凍ってる。
Golly, it's frozen. Who even says that anymore, golly?
これ使
Why
えば
don't
いい
you
のでは。
just use this? Satsuki dragged over a pointed shovel that had been left against the wall. The tip had been submerged in the snow, meaning there was ice stuck to it.
ありがとう。
Thanks. I had to smash the ice sealing the door with the tip of the shovel. The ice shattered and scattered about.
あともう少しかな。
Almost there. Satsuki tried opening the door. She managed to get it partially ajar with a loud clatter.
少しずつ動かしてくれ
You
る
pried open a little bit, little by little.
あ、はい。
Oh, sure. I had to whittle and scraped off the ice stuck to the edges of the door. Eventually, it opened enough for one person to fit through at a time.
先に入って。
After you.
わかりました。
Thank you. Satsuki turned her body sideways and slipped inside, still carrying the bag. I had to take off his scarf and open the windows to help ventilate the hut.
まずは火をつけないとな。
Think we'd better get a fire going. That, he pulled some matches out of the bag. Satsuki scraped the leftover charcoal out of the ash, still in the brazier. She then set newspapers aflame and placed them atop the charcoal.
時間かかりますよね
It's。going to take some time, isn't it?
寒いんだったらそこ
If
の
you're
布団に
cold,
く
you
るま
can
っていれ
just
ば
get
い
in
い。
that futon. Huh? Satsuki turned around. Futon was still laid out there. It was the one you, Futami, had brought over.
あ、着物にシワができ
Oh, but
る。
hold on, that would wrinkle your kimono, wouldn't it?
いや、それは構わないのです
Oh
が、
no, I don't mind that. It's just, aren't you cold too?
寒くはないのですか？
僕は平気だよ。
Nah, I'm fine. I had to check the brazier,
でも、
but Satsuki figured Ayato was just putting on a brave face. Oh no, I think you know where this is going. Are they gonna boink again? Well, I guess it would be the first time for them, but, you know. After all, he wasn't exactly convincing, seeing as how he was curled up into a ball and shivering from time to time. Despite that, he still kept an eye on the weak, yet persistent newborn fire in the brazier, ensuring it didn't go out.
あの、
Mirito? Satsuki turned to Ayato, his back still facing her.
なんだい
Yeah.
あの、
Well, you look cold all by yourself, so... Satsuki took a folded blanket and threw it over Ayato's shoulders.
Eh?
Huh? She then sat next to him, paying no heed to his surprise.
こうすれば
There,
二人
now
と
we'll
も
both be warm.
暖かいです。
Okay, this is still wholesome.
さっちゃん
Satchan.
あ、ほら、火が消えてしまいますよ。
Oh no, the fire is fading. Satsuki interrupted Ayato and pointed to the brazier.
うん
Oh, right. Ayato fed the flame some more newspaper. His arm brushed against Satsuki every time he tossed some into the brazier. The charcoal kindled red. But due to how braziers worked, it didn't warm up the room right away. And so Satsuki and Ayato huddled together for heat.
まだ寒い
You
のか
still feel cold?
いいえ、
No. Satsuki shook her head. What do I do? I can't think of anything to say. Simply being next to Ayato had rendered her mind a total blank. It was taking all her effort just to keep him from noticing the racing of her heart.
あのさっちゃん
So, hey, Satchan. Yes? Satsuki's voice came out shrill when Ayato practically whispered into her ear.
これ食べるかい
Would you like some? Ayato whipped out some Mirin fried shrimp rice crackers from his bag.
水飴を塗って
It
挟んで
tastes
食べるのが
great
美
when
味
you
しいよ
sandwich starch syrup between the two of them.
あ、
Oh, yes, thank you.
いただきます。
The salmon orange rice crackers in question were tiny.
あれ水飴が固ま
Uh-oh,
っちゃって
the
る
starch syrup froze. I had to thrust a pair of disposable chopsticks into the jar of starch syrup.
あの、温めればいいので
Can't
は
we just warm it up? Satsuki took the jar and set it atop the brazier's kettle stand. The two of them kept waiting without so much as budging. Another awkward silence fell over them. Satsuki munched on a rice cracker. It was salty, yet also sweet. She looked up to find Ayato also chewing on a cracker.
先に食べちゃうと水飴が溶け
Better
る前
watch
になくなっ
yourselves.
ちゃい
At
そう
this
だけど
rate, we're gonna run out of crackers before the starch syrup melts. Ayato chuckled.
他には何を買ってきたんですか
Did you buy anything else?
キャラメルの他には
Besides caramel?
ポン菓子
Yeah.
とコンペイトー
Puffed
かな
cereal and sugar candy.
あ、コンペイト
Oh,
をいただいても
could
い
I
い
have
です
some
か
of the sugar candy?
うんもちろん
Sure thing. Ayato pulled some sugar candy wrappers out of the bag.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Satsuki rolled the star-shaped candies around her palm. Eventually, she picked up the light pink one and popped it into her mouth. The sweetness within oozed out as soon as she bit into it.
幸せそうな
Looked
顔
pretty
してる
content. Huh? Satsuki was taken aback by Ayato's abrupt commentary.
私、
Well, I love sweets, that's why. Satsuki hung her head, her voice hardly a whisper on the wind.
そっか
Oh, good.
よかった
You know, so do I. Huh? Satsuki raised her head. Ayato was looking away from her, a bashful smile on his face.
ねえ、リヒトさん
Say, Rito.
何
Yeah. Satsuki threw a piece of candy into Ayato's mouth the moment he turned toward her. How was that?
どうですか
甘い
Sweet. An obvious conclusion if there ever was one. But is he referring to the candy or her action?
まだいります
You still have room for more? Yeah. Satsuki brought another piece of candy to Ayato's mouth after he nodded. And at that moment, his lips skimmed her fingertips. Afterwards, she pinched another piece of candy between those fingers and popped it into her own mouth. Once she'd finished, she'd licked her fingers a little. Though sweet, that couldn't be called an indirect kiss.
そろそろいいかな。
Syrup should be ready now. Ayato reached out and grabbed the syrup jar. Ouch, that's hot. I heard the scalding heat, and him hastily setting it on the floor.
大丈夫ですか？
Are you alright? Satsuki instinctively took his hand.
うん。ちょっとだけ熱くて驚いただけだから。
Yeah, just a little hotter than I was expecting, that's all.
そうですか。
Oh, is that right?
うん。
Yeah.
あ、ほら。
Oh, look, now the
水飴もいい感
syrup's
じになって。
perfect for Sacha. Ayato cocked his head when he realized Satsuki hadn't released his hand.
ヒ
Rito.
トさん。
Satsuki stared intently at Ayato's fingertips. They were a bit red, though she couldn't tell whether that was from the burn or not. Doesn't matter. Ooh la la. But that's how it starts. Satsuki stuck Ayato's finger into her mouth.
さっちゃん
Sachan? Ayato pulled his hand back in surprise, but Satsuki refused to let go.
さっちゃん
Hey, Sachan, what are you? Satsuki opened her mouth, releasing Ayato's finger. A bridge of saliva momentarily connected them.
やけどしていた
Couldn't have you getting burned, so... Satsuki thought of a half-baked lie on the spot. Even she knew she was making excuses. She just wanted to feel more of him.
さっちゃん
Sachan, I...
綾人さん。
Ayato. Satsuki called him by his name and leaned against him. Could hear his heart pounding. It rang with the ferocity of an alarm.
興奮しているのですか？
Are you getting aroused? Satsuki pushed her hand against Ayato's chest.
仕方ないだろ。
Listen, I can't help myself, okay? Ayato looked away. His face was flushed all the way to his ears.
私も
My heart's racing too. Okay, this is still... This is, you know, not too graphic yet, but I'm guessing it'll be that in a second, so we're gonna put safety mode on here for a moment. Satsuki took Ayato's hand and pressed it against her chest.
よくわからないよ。
I don't feel it. Ayato was still blushing something fierce.
服の上からだ
Yes, I
と
suppose you can with these clothes on. Satsuki guided Ayato's hand under her clothes as though delirious with a fever. Oh yeah, good. We put that image up right at the exact moment. Whoa. Satsuki led Ayato's hand directly into her open collar. His hand wrapped around her whole breast.
どうですか？
Well,
鼓動
can you feel it beating
伝わ
now?
っています？
Yeah. It's pounding so hard.
ドキドキ言ってる。
An obvious conclusion if there ever was one.
綾人さん。
What about you,
どう
Ayato?
ですか？
Satsuki gently leaned her ear against Ayato's chest. His heart throbbed so hard that his whole body seemed to be pulsating.
お揃いですね。
We're two of a kind, huh? Satsuki giggled.
そうだね。
That we are. Ayato's right hand quivered. Please move slowly. I mean like this. He bent his fingers little by little before groping her breast. Yes, now it's pounding harder. Satsuki's... Okay. Now we're getting to the graphic details. So, I think I'll just skip over this part until we're back to normal. You know. Yeah, it is getting juicy indeed. And we're not even 1 hour in, so... Let's warm each other up some more, yeah, right? Well, yeah, I feel like the juicy sequences are are becoming more frequent now. But you know, we're not getting banned, so I'll have to put up this picture. You know, which is kind of ironic, putting up a picture of Senra and Kagura to make something more wholesome. If you think about it, well, I guess that's kind of wholesome. I can show that for a second. That's no lewdness here. But yeah. Alright. Ayato kept Satsuki locked in his embrace as he kissed her on the lips. Heh, this is embarrassing, isn't it? Yeah. Satsuki wrapped her arms around Ayato. You're so warm. Come on, you too. Ayato nervously followed Satsuki's example. The pair hugged with all their might. Satsuki buried her face in Ayato's chest. She could hear his heart thumping like a runaway train. Satsuki kissed Ayato again, which she readily reciprocated. Yeah, actually, as I said, I haven't seen the show to it yet. I was kind of thinking about it when we were playing that other game, but yeah, I didn't get around to it yet. Maybe at some point. Yeah, I don't know. Some of these adaptations, they're only okay, I guess. I started watching the Persona 5 anime after after I completed the game, and that was actually quite decent. But at some point I just stopped because, you know, I already knew the story, so maybe if I feel like it at some point I'll continue. I mean, I haven't seen it, as I said, so if you say so. But then again, you gotta say, the source material there is... It's not like it provides you with a ton of story or anything like that. You sure about this? I had to set a loving hand on Satsuki's shoulder. Yes, please. Be gentle. Satsuki leaned back onto the floor, giving total control to Ayato. I think we're almost through it. Two of them panted for dear life. They were both unimaginably hot and sweaty. We can't be catching a cold now, can we? I had to try to get up as he said those words, but Satsuki stopped him. Let's just stay like this a little longer. This was the very first time she'd ever felt another's warmth directly, and thus Satsuki embraced Ayato with all she had, so she'd never forget the feeling. The pair cuddled under the futon. Though they were both still naked, neither of them felt all that cold, since they were sharing body heat. Oh, the syrup. Ayato glanced over at the syrup jar. Heh, it froze again. The forgotten syrup jar had gone cold. Its contents solidified once again. But it should still be just warm enough to... Ayato stuck a pair of chopsticks into the jar and stirred the syrup with all his might. Lucky us, looks like it's still okay. He then smeared the softened syrup across one of the rice crackers. Here you go, Sadie. Thank you so much. Satsuki took the cracker and nibbled on it. The sweet taste of silky smooth syrup danced across her mouth. It's good. Glad to hear it was worth thawing out. Ayato smiled. Rito. Satsuki addressed Ayato, calling him by his nickname once again. What is it? Do you remember our promise? A promise? Alright. You mean the rock Ptarmigan sketch? Did you ever find one again? Haven't had any luck yet. Honestly, I doubt I'll get another look at one unless I hike up the mountain. See. But I swear I'll find one someday, so can you just wait a little longer? Yes, of course. Satsuki held her pinky out to Ayato. That's pinky swearing, okay? Okay, I guess I can quickly show this. It's not so bad, but, you know, just to be on the safe side. I don't know if they're gonna go at it again or something. Yeah. Cross my heart and hope to die. Stick a needle in my eye. Promise sealed. Okay. I think we switched scenes. We're safe. March 3rd had finally arrived. A stage had been erected in front of the shrine, flanked on both sides by stalls. Numerous casks of sake had been brought in to satisfy the attendees. The settlement was in full swing for this annual event. Perhaps it was more accurate to... Oh, Hibari, I think, was her name, right? Perhaps it was more accurate to describe it as the first real festival in nearly 2 decades. Oh, you're not going to the festival? Yes, I have to remain here in standby during the day, and then I have business to take care of at night. We're guaranteed to get drunks who slip on those long stairs after all. Think they'll roll straight here. Of course not. Nanako giggled. I take it you're going to enjoy the festival with your friends now, Ori. Yes, that's the idea. They should be here any minute now. What are your plans, grandfather? I'll be staying here with Nanako. Your father said he'd drop by the festival to greet his relatives, though. No funny business, alright? Oh, there won't be any. Not on my watch. The door to the examination room opened, revealing Yuzuru. Naori, that girl from the Futami Inn is here. She is? Good morning. Yuzuru backed away, allowing you to enter the living room. Morning. What, no Guriko? I figured she'd be with you. My guess is that she went to get Ohina and Rito. You sat in a chair. Guess we're stuck here waiting on them then. So it would seem. Alright, almost forgot. Fumiya and Chizuru went to the festival. What, you mean they already left? A very odd choice to say the least, considering nothing was even open this early. Yes, Chizuru wanted to take photos, you see. Apparently big festivals aren't allowed in Tokyo these days. It's a hard knock world, huh? I mean, everyone who has a monocle, right, has that aura of a villain. So shook his head. It's easy to forget about the war when we live in the mountains, isn't it? Perhaps, but it doesn't change that we're getting fewer visitors than we used to. My grandpa was complaining about how few people we have staying with us right now, even though the inn used to be packed around the festival. But the festival doesn't concern anyone outside this place anyway, so why would they even bother coming? Well, the festival may be for Hitogata residents, but it's a tradition that survived centuries. It's only natural that it catch the attention of some curious outsiders. Make a good argument. The door opened just as Nanako nodded, permitting Ayato, Karen, and Meguri to finally make their appearance. Hey, there you guys are. Good morning now. Oh, young mistress is here too. That I am. True, true. Now that we're all here, let's get going. This place is too tiny for a crowd our size. The group stood before the stairs to Shigusa's shrine. Villagers were making their way up them. Oh hey, there's old man Saizo. Well, if it ain't the little troublemakers. Saizo teased the 5 friends with a bamboo broom in hand. What are you up to? You really have to ask? I'm sweeping away the snow so old folks don't trip. Though his attitude left him things to be desired, his actions spoke louder than his words. That was just the kind of person Saizo Kuki was. Come on, get your hides in gear. I'm sure they'll serve even brats your age some sweet sake up there. You know, this whole village is giving off. I don't know if you've seen Hot Fuzz, but they're giving off this whole cultish vibe. So, you know. Yeah. Anyway, come on, get your. Yeah. We read that already. That'd be nice. The gang passed Saizo and ascended the stone staircase. Oh, it's a good movie. You should definitely check it out if you can. Hey, Ohina. Megari surreptitiously beckoned Karen a short distance away from the others. Yeah. Something happened to the Ito? Huh? What makes you say that? Doesn't he, I don't know, seem different to you? Megari whispered in a hushed voice. Really? I don't think so. Karen cocked her head. She and her brother spent every day together, yet she hadn't noticed any particular change in him. Maybe her mind's just playing tricks on you? Or maybe he's in love. You suddenly chimed in from behind, dropping that bombshell. Yeah, she's not one to, you know, mince words. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Just wanted to mess with you. You took a few shaky steps back. Clearly she hadn't expected Meguri to rise up in arms about the matter. Who's the girl? Did you not hear me, Ohina? It was a joke. Wait, maybe it's me? I did notice he changed sooner than you guys after all. I doubt it. I just hasn't talked about you at all that much recently. I know, but did you really have to shoot me down like that? It kinda hurt. For the last time, it was just a joke. Seriously. Why don't you ask him yourselves then? If you're so curious, I mean. Now they suddenly joined in on the conversation. It's none of your business now. Fine, if you guys won't, then I will. Now they turned his attention to their friend walking slightly ahead of the rest of the pack, oblivious to all the whispers about him. Don't you dare. Relax, I'm just kidding. Karen, don't be such a Karen. Now they laughed. Kidding about what? Even Ayato was drawn to the conversation by that point. Nothing at all. Yep, totally nothing. Karen and Meguri nodded. Oh, okay then. Ayato marched on ahead, but Naori, never suspecting a thing. He certainly doesn't look like someone in love. You sighed. Well, the path to the shrine was bordered by stalls on both sides, the giant stage sitting right in front of the main shrine hall. They really put on a festival fit for the Oracle, huh? Yeah, they definitely didn't pull out all these stops last year. That's because Saya was dancing in the Oracle's stead, right? Not even the stage was this massive. Just having the Oracle around really makes a world of difference, huh? Speaking of which, you've got to wonder why Satchan's not around. Now they put deliberate emphasis on her name. Well, I'm sure she's got places to be today. I had to sound somewhat distant. You didn't invite her? Don't play dumb, you know why I couldn't. Hey, there's still no solid proof she's the Oracle. Why not just ask her to tag along? What have you got to lose? Now they turned to the shrine office and gave Ayato a literal push on the back. Ayato stumbled forward into the office. That said, it most definitely isn't happening if Sachan really is the Oracle. Well, probably not anyway. The odds of that were high, after all. So Sachan really is the Oracle. You interjected from behind. Not sure, but I'd say it seems likely. True, I suppose there are no other candidates who fit the bill. So no one staying in the inn gives off that impression then? All of them are over 60. On another note, have you ever heard of the story of how the Shigusa's guest is supposed to marry into the Hinagami family? And that this has been going on for generations? My grandma told me, yes. She made me swear not to speak a word of it to anyone, though. Well, while I don't know anything for sure, since I've only heard hearsay, supposedly this guest always appears at around the same time as the Oracle. I see. Still, such circumstantial evidence wasn't enough to serve as definitive proof that the Oracle and guest were one and the same. Wouldn't you be better off keeping such theories to yourself? True, all these old-timers would give me hell if they ever caught me. Now they chuckled sardonically. Hitogata was rather insular when it came to such things, probably because they were a remote settlement in the mountains. And things got especially secretive whenever they concerned the heads of the village. Besides, bringing the truth to light wouldn't do us any good. Yeah, just having friends is all we need. Case in point. Now they pointed at the shrine office. You looked over to find Ayato emerging from there with Satsuki.
Yeah, Sachan.
Hey there, Sachan.
皆様こんにちは。
Good afternoon, everyone. Satsuki bowed her head.
本日はお誘いくださいまして。
Sincerely thank you for inviting me out on this day.
別に誘ったのは兄
Didn't
様
do
だし。
anything, that was all Ayato. Karen was clearly in a foul mood. Yeah, because she's, you know,
せっか
just
くのお
being
祭
her
りなんだから
usual
みんな
Karen
で遊
self.
ぶ方がいいでしょ
Well, this festival only comes once a year, so the more the merrier, yeah?
そうね。
She's right. You nodded.
じゃあ何から食べようか。
Hey guys, what should we eat first? I had to scan the stalls. Since they were deep in the mountains, there were no entertainers or hawkers to be found like at other festivals, just stalls run by familiar faces from around the settlement.
私たこ焼き食べたいな。おひなは
I want some takoyaki. What about you, Ohina?
そうね。
I'm in the mood for some cotton candy, personally. Meguri and Karen made their way towards some stalls.
若女将は
What about you, young mistress?
私は
Good question. Say a candied
Yeah,
apple,
no, she-
if I had to choose.
いい人たちは
Rito, Sachan, what are you guys singing?
僕は、
Well,
さっちゃんは何
what
が
will you like, Sachan?
あ私は
Oh, I'm not really familiar with any of
同
this,
じもので。
so I'll have what you're having.
リンゴ飴でいい
How about a candied apple then?
あ、はい。
Oh, sure. Satsuki nodded.
多分さっちゃん。リンゴ
Don't
飴
think
がどんなの
Sachan
か
even
知らない
knows
よ
what a
な
candied apple is. Nobody covertly whispered into Ayato's ear.
多分ね。
Yeah, probably
驚くん
not.
じゃないかな。
Think she'll be wowed.
何か
What are you two talking about? Satsuki cocked her head and studied the pair.
なんでもないよ。
Oh, nothing. Ayato scurried over to Satsuki, took her by the hand, and strolled off.
とても
Good seeing Ohina and Guriko aren't here to see
見せら
this.
れないわね。
俺たちも手つないでお
Want
く
to
か
hold hands too?
遠慮しておくわ。
I'll pass. You shut down Naori's joke like it was nothing before, joining Satsuki on her trek to the candied apple stall.
やれやれ。
Tough crowd, huh?
Hmm.
Hold on, what do we have here? Naori spotted a girl holding a camera at the ready out of the corner of his eye. It was Chizuru. Fumiya was right beside her, his hand wrapped in bandages.
写真か
Taking pictures, eh? Personally, I didn't see the appeal of photographing a paltry festival out in the sticks. Especially considering how grand the festivals at Asakusa and Kanda he'd seen in the papers had looked in comparison.
Nao-chan!
Now, Karen and Meguri returned just then.
Hai. Ageru.
Here you go. Karen presented takoyaki on a stick, or rather a toothpick to be exact.
このまま食ったら
Things looked like a
熱いよ
burned
な
tongue waiting to happen. Not only was it steaming, but the dried bonito flakes coating it stirred from the heat.
男だったら一口だよね。
Come on, eat it in one bite. Show us what a man you are.
わかったよ
Alright, alright. Now he stuffed his cheeks with the takoyaki. It was blazing hot. Luckily, he managed to swallow it thanks to the cool air all around. Oh, wow.
すごい。本当に食
I
べちゃっ
believe he seriously did it.
お前らな
Guys, I swear.
なおちゃんは
Shouldn't be a
小田照が
surprise.
何
Now
度も
we'll
やって
take
み
on
ようと
any
するから。
dare send his way. So long as you butter him up a little first, that is. You came back with a candied apple in hand.
そんなことない
Hey,
だろ
that's not true.
いや宿
No,
題だって
she's
なんだ
right.
かんだ言って手伝ってく
Even
れる
help
よ
out with the homework if I just say the right words. I had to interject it in use defense.
ああ、それずるいんじゃない
Hey, no
私
fair.
だ
I
って
want to
宿題
copy
写し
your
たい
homework too.
自分でやりなさいよ。
Do it yourself, seriously.
あ、
Excuse me? Satsuki came back.
これって
How exactly am I
どうやって食べればいいん
supposed
です
to
か？
eat this? I don't know. I don't think I ever had one of those, to be honest. Even though I would have had plenty of opportunities, I suppose, while I was in Japan. Satsuki stood frozen with a candied apple in hand, looking like a lost and confused child,
普通にかじればいいんだよ
just chewing it the way you would anything else.
ほら、こうやって。
Watch me, just like this. You munched on her own candied apple. First, take a bite out of the apple. The candy on the
外側の
outside,
飴と一緒にリンゴもかじるのよ。こ
like
こうです
this.
か？
Satsuki put the flat part of the candy on the top into her mouth.
それはそれで
There
その
you
まま
go,
噛んじゃ
now
いなよ
chew it, just like that. I had to chuckle as he explained.
その方が食べ
You'll
やすいだろう
probably
し。
find it easier to eat that way. Satsuki bit into the crunchy candy.
さっちゃんもたこ焼き食べます
Why don't you have some takoyaki too, Sachan? Karen came back and presented Satsuki with the takoyaki skewer. Hmm?
おひな、飴
Come
が
on,
口の
Oina,
中
you
に入っ
can't
て
be
る
giving
時に
people
たこ焼きはダ
takoyaki
メ
when
でしょ
you're stuffing their face with candy. Meguri chided Karen.
美味しそうだし
That sounds delicious.
試してみていい？
May I try it?
いや、やめてお願いだから。
Seriously, for the love of all that is holy, don't do it. Satsuki finally broke through the candied shell of the apple itself amidst that exchange. Wow, it tastes so good.
美味しい。
だろ
I know, right?
リンゴの
Didn't
甘み
know
が
it
さ
was
らに増して
possible to make an apple even
こんな風
sweeter.
になるんですね。
そろそろ甘
Speaking
酒
of
をもらいに
sweet,
行くか
perhaps it's about time we got ourselves some sweet sake.
そうね。
Good thinking. The gang headed to the main shrine building. Kensei and Nia were there scooping sweet sake out of a cauldron roasting on a fire.
こんにちは
Good afternoon.
やあ君たちか
Oh, it's good to see you, kids. Well, it's looks like I can't see exactly what that is for an emote, but food anyways, I guess.
甘酒も
We're
らいに
here
来
for
ました
some。sweet sake.
では、一列に並んでくださいね。
I say, then line up, please. Everyone did as they were told. Hello, fellow kids, indeed, yeah.
おや
Oh,
Satsuki-san.
you're here too, Satsuki.
はい。
Yes. Satsuki glanced at the ground.
一人一杯ですよ。
One cup per person. Each of them took steaming porcelain bowls from Mia.
ありがとうございます
Thank you very much. Naori took a sip of the thick and cloudy sake. A wave of sweetness swept over his tongue, his core heating up in concert. Phew.
あったまるね
Makes you just so warm and fuzzy, doesn't it? Karen and Meguri looked at each other and nodded.
舞台は何時か
By
ら
the
ですか
way, when does the dance begin? Now that he turned to Kensei,
日没後だね
after sunset.
それまでに
There's much
いろ
that
いろと
needs to
準
be
備があ
done
るから
beforehand, you see.
じゃあそれまでは適当
I
に
guess
回
we'll
ってみる
just
か
mosey around the stalls in the meantime then.
回るというほ
We'll
ど
get through them in no
大きくはな
time
いけど
though.
ね
Yeah, that's to be expected, I guess. At a tiny festival. Satsuki was dragged away from the crowds by Ayato.
リヒトさん
Rito?
僕たちだけで少し
Just
回る
walk around by ourselves a bit. Ayato stared off into the distance.
ええ
Like that. Please no more boinking right now. Satsuki reciprocated his grip with a firm squeeze.
何か見てみたいものはある
So is there anything you'd like to check out?
と
She surveyed the stalls. Most of them served food.
あそこは
Oh,
何を
what are
売
you
っている
selling
の
over
でしょう
there?
か
Thus Satsuki ended up pointing to the one that caught her eye the most, the one clearly dealing in something else entirely.
なんだろう行ってみようか
Huh, good question. Why don't we go take a look?
はい
Sounds like fun. The pair checked the stall together. It seemed the place was selling accessories.
あれおまわりさん
Oh, Mr. Takayama.
いや
Hey there, kid. Mr. Takayama was there attending to the stall, still in uniform.
おまわりさんがこんなところで
Could
こ
you
んな
really
ことし
be
てて
here?
いいんで
What
す
if
か
there's an emergency somewhere?
頼まれたんだよ少しの
Well,
間
I'm
だけ
not
でいいから
working here full
店番
time.
してい
I
てくれ
just
って
got asked to watch the place for a little bit, that's all.
ああさやさんに
I
頼まれ
couldn't
たん
turn
ですか
down the request from Saya, could you?
なあ
What?
あいや
No, you've
俺
got
は
it all
別に
wrong.
さやさんだ
Didn't
から
do
っ
it
てわけ
just
じゃなく
because
て
it was Saya.
住人が困っていたら
I'd
誰
have
で
done
あ
the
って
same
も
for anyone in need. Satsuki ignored Takayama's little episode and scanned the merchandise. The stall was mainly selling small knickknacks like carved kimono sash holders, hair accessories, and chopstick rests.
こういう彫り物は昔からこの辺りでは盛
Supposedly,
んだっ
these
たらしい
carvings have been all the rage in these parts for ages now.
そうなのですか
Really? Satsuki picked up one of the holders. A painstakingly crafted coiled snake was carved into it.
今年の干支だね
This is the year of the snake, you see. Takayama explained the carving.
すごく細かい
So
作りですね
detailed.
僕も何度か挑
Tried
戦して
making
み
one
た
of
け
these
ど
myself,
全
but I
然
just
うまく
can't
彫れ
seem
ないん
to
だ
ever get it right.
難しそうですものね
Well, it does look challenging. Satsuki returned the holder to the stall.
絵を描く方がずっと
Yeah,
楽
it's
だよ
much easier for me to draw.
そうなんですか
Really? Both sounded extremely hard to Satsuki.
ま
Then again, I
昔から
guess
ずっと
that's
やって
only
る
to be
ことだからね。
expected when I've been doing it for so long. Heh. Ayato bashfully scratched his head.
こいつはいい景色だからって
This kid's so
駐在の
crazy
屋
that
根ま
he'll
で
climb
登
up
るくらいのやつだ
to
から
the
な
roof of the police station just because he sings the scenery is great. Takayama shook his head warily. Heh.
落ちないように気をつけ
Just
てくだ
please
さい
take
ね
care not to fall.
あ分かってる
I know, I know. Ayato leaned over to escape from Satsuki's scrutinizing stare and hide the scarlet stigma of mortification heating his cheeks. That's a very colorful way of describing it, huh?
ほら
Oh, hey, I think
こう
this
いうの
one
も似合うんじゃないか
would
な
look great on you.
え
Huh? Is that a hair
髪飾りですか？
ornament? Ayato showed Satsuki a hair clip with a small flower ornament on it. Satsuki played with her bangs. They were quite long, so perhaps a hair clip was indeed just the thing she needed.
ほらつけてごらんよ
Here, try it on. Ayato circled around in front of Satsuki and parted her bangs. Uh-oh. She instinctively took a step back.
どうしたの
Something wrong?
あいえ
Oh no, you just surprised me a little. That's all. Satsuki blushed and stepped forward. The two of them had been doing the boldest things just 3 days ago. And yet despite that, simply feeling his touch again was positively embarrassing her.
ほら
There, how's this?
これでどうだい
Ayato backed off a little. Satsuki felt a little weight on her bangs. couldn't see it for herself, and so she felt around instead.
とても可愛いと思うよ
I think it looks really cute on you. Satsuki's heart skipped a beat. Even without the mirror in front of her, she could tell that she was red as a tomato. Why? Why do I...
で買うの
So, are you gonna buy it or not? Takayama's rude inquiry interrupted Satsuki's train of thought. In response, she removed the hair clip. Huh? Oh, well... Satsuki's voice was laden with sorrow. She didn't have a wallet. She didn't even have money. Nor had she ever.
いくらですか
She's just like me for real. How much is it? It was then that Ayato stepped in. Huh? Satsuki turned to face him.
あ、
Marito?
こういう時は買ってあげるのが
Guy's
男だろ
supposed to pay in this situation, right?
って
Or at least,
Now
that's what Nao told me. Ayato bashfully scratched his cheek. Hey, thank
で
you.
はよろしくお願いい
Take
た
you up on
し
your
ます
generosity.
まあ誰が払ってもいいんだけどさ
Whatever, I guess it's fine as long as someone pays for it. Takayama grumbled.
年寄り連中にはあまり見
Just
られ
make
ない
sure
よ
you
うにし
don't
とけ
show
よ
off to any of the elderly,
男女
alright?
七歳にし
They're
て
old
っていう
fashioned,
から
so they
な
give you hell for daring to even speak to the opposite sex.
わかりました
Thanks for the warning. Ayato handed some coins over to Takayama.
毎度あり
Pleasure doing business with you. Ayato and Satsuki left the stall, the former several steps ahead of the latter.
あのリヒトさん
Rito.
なんだい
Yes, what is it? Ayato turned around.
あの
Thank you so much.
ありがとうございます
I'll treasure this for the rest of my
大
life.
事にしますから
Satsuki bowed her head to him.
別にどこにでもあるような
It's no big deal. You can find that kind of stuff just about anywhere.
それでも
Perhaps, but what matters is that you gave it to me, Ayato.
そう
Well, ain't they cute together, huh?
だから
So please, show me your drawings next time,
リ
okay?
ヒトさんが描いた絵を見せてくださいね
いやだからで
Oh,
つな
how
が
are
る意
those
味
two
がわからない
connected
けど
exactly?
いいじゃないですか
There's no harm now, is there? Satsuki giggled.
そろそろ日も
Better
暮れ
get
ま
back
す
to
し
the others.
皆さんのところへ
Sun's
戻り
about
ま
to
しょうか
set. You know, well, if that whole the thing that they were talking about earlier is true, that the oracle slash guest to the shrine always marries into the Hinagami family, they're already in a good way there, I suppose.
あ
Yeah, you're
So-
right. The road to the shrine was lined with bonfires once the sun had set. The light gleamed off the heaps of snow, brilliantly illuminating the area. And yet, the stage was still dark. A screen hung from the shrine's eaves.
まだかな
Wonder what's taking them so long.
そろそろだろ
Just give it a minute or two. Nobody reassured the impatient Ayato. Kensei and Saya kept racing back and forth behind the screen, busy as bees. Naori and his group had gathered by the edge of the stage. Hitogata's leaders, such as Yoshimitsu and Hideyomi, all sat together near the front of the stage.
お前たちは向こうにいなくてもいい
Hey,
の
are
か
you sure you guys don't need to be with them? Kensei nudged Ayato and Karen as he pointed out their relatives.
別に構わないと言われてるの
Nah, they said we didn't need to bother.
大人たちの集まりだしね
All adults anyway.
まあ親父も
Dad
こっち
still
に帰
hasn't
って
come
きて
back.
ないけど
Yeah, he was doing something shady earlier, whatever it was. She was studying a tiny hair clip she cradled in her hands. One Ayato had probably bought her, if nobody had to guess.
さっちゃんもいいのかい
What about you, Sachan? There aren't any issues with you sticking with us, are there?
ええ
Oh no, none at all. Satsuki looked up at Naori and shook her head.
それでどんな踊りな
By the
の
way, what kind of dance are they gonna be doing? Meguri turned to you and asked.
私もおばあちゃん
Apparently,
から
it's a
聞いただけ
ceremonial
だから
dance
よ
that
くは
dates
知ら
back
ないけど
centuries.
昔から
Unfortunately, that's
伝わ
all
る
my
神楽
grandma
らしいわ
told me, so I don't know much more.
ミコが踊ると聞いているけど
I've also heard that the Oracle is the one who dances, but well. Karen glanced at Satsuki out of the corner of her eye.
向こうで準備している
I'm
んでしょ
sure they're getting her ready behind that screen. You answered like she didn't care about the topic in the slightest. Oh, finally found you.
親父
Dad? Yuzuru dropped by at the exact moment.
おじさんは向こうじゃないの
Not with the rest of the family, Uncle Yuzuru. I had to gesture to the chairs at the front of the stage.
俺はもうとっくの昔に
I
ひ
married
な
out
が
of the
離れているから
Hinagamis
ね
long ago, so I don't
今
belong
は
there.
ただの一
Now I'm
村
just
人
an
だよ
ordinary villager.
黒谷が一村人ね
So our family's just ordinary, huh? The Kuroyas were, in fact, the third most powerful clan in the village, after the Hinagamis and the Shigusas. However, that meant virtually nothing, seeing how they never had any opportunities to actually exhibit that authority. You know, I'm wondering that because if he, as a Hinagami, married someone of the Kuroya family, why is that woman not taking on the Hinagami name? Yeah, because I mean, back in those days, they were probably even stricter about that kind of stuff, I would say. Or so you'd think anyways. But, you know, I don't know. However, that meant virtually... Ah, yeah, we said that. Okay.
こんな小さな村の中で権力が
When
持
they
ったとこ
say
ろで
what
意
exactly?
味はないからな
I guess that tracks. Not much point to wielding power in such a tiny village. Indeed. Hardly anyone cared about who was the literal king of this hill.
おや
Oh, you're here
さ
too,
つきさんも
Satsuki.
ここにいるのかい
It appeared Yuzuru was also keen on to Satsuki's presence.
ええ
Oh, okay.
何か問題でもありましたか
Yes, that shouldn't pose an issue, should it?
そういうわけではない
Well,
が
no, but Yuzuru surveyed the area.
まあ
Not my problem, I guess. Eventually, he shrugged.
そうだ
Oh, by the way, have you
Fumiya-kun
seen
たちを
Fumiya and
見なかったか
Chizuru?
昼間に
Only
そこらで
during the
写
day.
真を撮っているの
They
を
were
見たこと
taking photos of the place. Say,
そうか
stick with them if you see them, alright?
見かけたら一緒にいてあげてくれ
Yeah, Chizuru had confessed, what was going on between, Fumiya and her to him. Although that was before they actually got it on, so, but he knows that the two of them are attracted to one another.
それはいい
Sure
けど
thing, but why?
どうして
There's
わ
some
ざわざ
problem I should know about?
まあちょっとな
Not exactly, but you never know. Yuzuru was being vague, but now they figured he was probably just concerned about Chizuru's health. After all, it'd been clearly be for the best if there was a Kuroya around in the event she ever had an episode. Especially considering the fact that it seemed Nanako really hadn't come to the festival.
親父は戻るのか
Are you leaving, Dad?
右ひんなの
Unfortunately,
川
yes.
瀬さんの
Seems
具合
Mrs.
が
Mrs. Kawase over in Migihina is feeling under the weather. Yuzuru was already making his way toward the staircase.
お前も
Make
あ
sure
まり
you don't
遅くな
stay
らないう
out
ち
too
に帰
late,
ってく
son.
れよ
分かってるよ
I won't. Nobody watched his father leave.
どうしたの
Something the matter?
いや
Not at all.
うちのいと
We
こ
were
が
just talking
その
about
辺
how
にい
my
るって
cousins
話
are in the area.
ああ
Alright. I forgot about
あの人たち。
those two.
さっきそこら辺
I
にい
think
た
I
の
just
を
saw
見た
them
け
over
ど
there not too long ago, but wait.
ああ、ほ
Yep,
らあそこ
there they are. Gotta watch over them to make sure they're not doing Sweet Home Alabama stuff again. Meguri pointed to a corner of the shrine grounds. Chizuru was there with her camera raised high, Fumiya following her like a shadow.
あの二人もどこか変わ
Something's
っています
different
よ
about
ね
those two, don't you think? Karen furrowed her brow.
そう
You sure about that? Meguri cocked her head.
なんというか
Yeah, they feel kinda, I
怪
don't
しい
know.
感じ
It's just something
そうは思い
suspicious
ません
about
か
them,
兄様
sorta. Don't you agree, Ayato?
僕にはよくわからない
I'm not sure, I can't tell.
そういう曖昧なこ
Come
と
on, Oina.
リヒトが
Do
わ
you
かるは
really
ずないだ
expect
ろ
Rito of all people to be perceptive of such things?
まあそうです
Yeah, I
ね
guess I should have known better. Karen sighed. Chizuru approached the group, stopping dead in her tracks when she spotted Satsuki. Huh?
どうしたんだい
Something wrong?
なんでもありません
No, it's nothing. Yeah, so these people are clearly reacting weirdly to Satsuki being with the group. Chizuru shook her head.
写真を撮っても
May
よ
I
ろしい
take
で
a
すか
picture of you all? She lifted the camera as though to illustrate her request.
別に構わないけど
Sure, I don't see why not. Are the rest of you all alright with that?
そのくらいだったら
So
別
long
に
as it's simply a photo, yes.
勝手に撮ってくれてもよかった
Didn't
のに
need to ask. You could have just snapped away.
そういうわけにも
Oh
な
no,
りま
that
せんから
would have been far too rude.
では
Anyway,
Still
thank you.
isn't it?
I'll take the picture now. Chizuru ready to camera.
ほらさっちゃん
Come on, Sachan. Get in here. I had to beckon Satsuki over.
私もよろしいのですか
Oh, is it really alright for me to be a part of this?
当たり前だろほら
Of course, you're one of us, ready? By the way, I just remembered a major spoiler of this game that I'm not gonna say yet, but I remember it from when I first played this game, which is, you know, years ago, so I forgot the details, but I just remembered something big. Satsuki set her hair clip into her long bangs.
私も一緒に
Let me in on this too. Satsuki and Karen flanked Ayato.
なおちゃんも
Get over on this side now.
分かってるよ
Okay. They all looked straight at Chizuru's camera once they were bunched up.
じゃあ撮りますね
Alright, is everyone ready?
3
3, 2, 1.
1
I could have shown us the picture for more than a second. I didn't click. Thank you all so much. Chizuru bowed after taking a photo.
このくらいだったら別に構
Oh,
わない
there's no need
さ
to thank us. It was nothing.
これだけ暗かったら
I know
あ
it-
まり
don't know
映っ
if
て
it
ない
will
よう
come
な気
out
もする
good
け
though.
どフラッシュ焚かなかったの
Since it's so dark out, I mean. You don't have a flash bulb or anything?
元々
No, I
持って
never
いま
had
せん
one
し
to begin with.
暗い中に
besides,
光らせたら迷
I
惑
wouldn't want to disrupt the festival with all the light one would make.
それもそうね
That makes sense. Suddenly, there was a stir in the air. The previous sounds of chatter died in an instant, engendering a solemn atmosphere befitting their location.
始まるかな
Guess this is it. The group all looked to the stage. It was illuminated red by the light of the flames. Kensei was in a corner beating a drum while Saya was playing a flute directly opposite him. The fringe of the screen hanging from the shrine parted, revealing Mia escorting the oracle to the stage. A demon. That was the only way to describe her. The oracle advanced to the center of the stage, her disheveled long hair framing the demon mask she donned. She slowly craned her head to the beat of the drum, almost as if glaring at every single soul that had come to watch her. Naturally, none of the villagers could see the oracle's eyes. Her demon mask was utterly devoid of any and all expression. And yet, it sent chills down everyone's spines. The oracle shuffled back and forth on the stage. No one could tell if that even really was the oracle. Nobody glanced at Satsuki out of the corner of his eye. Yes, it's not her, I guess. He'd suspected she was the oracle. However, there she was, simply watching the ceremonial dance without so much as batting an eye. I guess I was wrong. Besides, even if the oracle on stage unmasked and revealed her face to the public, no one would know if she truly was the oracle. What little Naori could make out of her neck and hands seemed to indicate that she was a young woman. But it was dark, meaning his observations weren't necessarily accurate. The oracle held her staff aloft. Meanwhile, the timbre of the flute went up a pitch. And with that, the oracle brandished her staff as if she were writing something in the air. Nobody didn't know what symbolism that held. However, none of the adults sitting in front of the stage took their eyes off her for even a second. Thus he surmised that it must have meant something significant. Not that Naori had any idea of how many people there actually did understand its purpose. Suddenly the music stopped. Okay. The oracle prostrated herself at the center of the stage, remaining as still as a statue. Followed shortly thereafter by the clack of wooden clappers echoing throughout the shrine grounds. Yoshimitsu left his seat and ascended to the stage. In his hands was a giant cup. He set it before the oracle. Once he was done, the oracle slowly rose to her feet. She flourished her staff back and forth as she looked into the cup. Afterwards, she produced something from her sleeve. Wait, isn't that? You have properly broke his silence.
知ってるのか
You know what that thing is?
前におひなが作ってた
I think it's that clay doll Oina made not too long ago. Oh yeah, that what we read about earlier. The oracle took the clay doll into her hands and crushed it. Chunks of clay rained into the cup. What does it all mean? It was all probably part of some ancient ritual, but now they still had no clue what any of it signified. The oracle grabbed her staff and swung it several times, the wooden clappers clashing loudly all the while. The oracle then bowed low before reverently holding aloft the cup as she made her way off the stage. With that, the music stopped and conversation resumed amidst the villagers. Phew. I had to sighed.
お前が緊張してどうするんだ
Hey,
よ
what's got you a bundle of nerves?
仕方ないだろこれだけ
Can you
静まり
blame
返
me
ってたん
after
だ
seeing all that? It was so quiet that I worried they'd kick me out if I so much as breathed.
まあ
Fair enough. The air hadn't been so tense in all the other festivals they'd borne witness to. Back then, the adults would casually drink booze as they watched Saya dance. It was amazing what a world of difference having the real oracle around made.
これで終わりなのですか
Is the festival over? Fumiya suddenly chimed in with a question.
おそらくそうでしょうね
Probably.
もう
It's
時間
getting
も遅い
late
ですか
after
ら
all.
そうです
I
か
see. And Chizuru and I will be going home
僕たち
now.
は先に戻っていますね
わかりました
Sounds good.
それでは
Are you ready, Chizuru? Yeah. Fumiya took Chizuru's hands into his own and escorted her off the grounds.
あの人怪我をしてたみ
Is
た
it
いね
just me or did that guy get hurt?
この前うちで指先を
Yeah,
切
he
ったんだ
cut his fingers the other day. Nobody remained mum on the details. That said, he didn't really know how Fumiya had gotten hurt to begin with, so he simply kept quiet about how bad the injury truly was. Okay, so he doesn't know the details. What happened? Only his dad does. Ouch, it sounds painful.
俺たちも石段が混む
How
前
about we
に
go
そろそ
before
ろ
the
帰る
stairs get too crowded?
そうだね
Good call.
さっちゃんは
What are you gonna do, Sachan?
私はすぐそこですから
Oh, I'm staying right over there. So this is it for me. Satsuki pointed at the shrine office and smiled. Okay. Uh-oh, this is the murder background color. Someone's gonna die. A group quietly proceeded down the road in the dead of the night, once everyone had gone to bed. It couldn't truly be called dark, given the falling snow. Still, those figures blended into the shadows and became part of the night itself. No one was around to question them. They glided down the road until they reached a house labeled Kawase. The group snuck inside, silently opening the door. Kawase was the name of the woman who the doctor dad called said she was under the weather, right? It was just an ordinary residence, no different from the many others in the settlement. The owner of the house was asleep in her futon. She must have been in an incredibly deep sleep, considering she showed no signs of waking even with intruders surrounding her. Or perhaps she wasn't waking up for other reasons. Incense burned within the room. The sleeve of a black robe swept it away. And yet, the owner of the house remained in the depths of slumber. Suddenly, a dirk was drawn. The tip of the blade quivered. The black robe shivered from top to bottom. Hands held the weapon in reverse grip after nearly dropping it numerous times. The tip settled above the sleeping woman's abdomen. However, the hands still trembled. It's obviously someone who has never killed another person before. Another hand gripped one of the arms controlling them. The two were in conflict, the hand trying to force the blade down, the arm pushing back in an attempt to prevent a tragic outcome. The figure in the black robe shook their head. But shortly thereafter, they hung it in resignation and raised the dirk. Then, a moment later, they swung down with all their might. The tip of the dirk dug right into the woman's abdomen. She moaned. Her mouth was immediately covered. The dirk was extracted from her flesh. Fresh blood spurted from the wound. The futon was painted burgundy in the blink of an eye. But before the woman could do anything, she was stabbed again. Damn, that's gonna leave a mess. And again, and again, and again. Blood splattered everywhere, but no heed was paid as the dirk continued piercing the woman through. Her body jolted each time until eventually she ceased moving altogether. The black-robed figure heaved a deep breath. The blood-stained victim was completely still. It seemed she was dead. Yeah, no kidding after all that, huh? However, there was still work to be done. The hand retrained its grip on the dirk and perforated the corpse right above the navel. It then carved out the softening flesh around it. Man, these descriptions are like spine-chilling. How in detail they go with all this stuff. Yeah. Until eventually her abdomen was opened, gushing blood and organs. White, black, and red mixed together, forming a multicolored landscape. However, none of it could be made out very well in the darkness. Sanity would have taken its leave of the house, were that not the case, though. A twisted lump of earth was set down. It was shaped much like the one the Oracle had smashed early at the festival. The black-robed figure seized it. They inserted the lump into the deceased woman's abdomen. And in just mere moments, the clawed surface was tarnished with crimson blood. All entrails in the way were pulled out and ripped apart. The floor was solid, with filth akin to the residue of a macabre geyser of gore. The work immediately stopped. Foul odors spread throughout the residence. The stench was nauseating, eliciting tears in its wake. Or perhaps it was the situation itself that had brought forth those tears. Regardless, this task had to be seen through to the end, for that was the fate she'd been saddled with. Yikes. Nanako strolled the streets of the settlement all by herself. The sun's face was peeking out from behind the ridges of the eastern mountain range. But its presence did nothing to abate the stark bite of this frigid winter morning. Nanako's warm body was chilled to the bone in no time flat. She hogged herself for heat as she exhaled white steam. In hindsight, she wished she'd worn something heftier. But alas, it was far too late to cry over spilled milk. Still, that didn't change the fact that she'd wanted to get into the different outfit as soon as possible. Huh? A bizarre stench carried on a cold, stale breeze stung Nanako's nose. The air was chilly enough to numb her sense of smell, and yet that scent still struck her dumb. It was the reek of excreta.
何かしら。
Where's this coming from? Nanako covered her mouth and nose, then scanned the area. The outskirts of the settlement were littered with numerous residences. One of them was a small house right along the path of the wind. It seemed the miasma was coming from around there.
あそこは。
Isn't that? A woman named Sachiko Kawase lived there, if Nanako's memory served her right. She was a widow who'd lived alone ever since her husband had passed away. Furthermore, she'd been in poor health since the start of the year, turning her into a frequent visitor of the Kuroya clinic. I hope everything's alright in there.
川瀬さん。
Mrs. Kawase? Nanako hailed the older woman from outside the house. Her heart pounded as her insides coiled like a spring. No surprise there, after all, not only had the stench grown ranker, but she couldn't tell what was going on inside. Thus it was nervously that Nanako grabbed the doorknob. It offered no resistance, since the villagers were not in the habit of locking their homes. I don't know how gruesome this is gonna be at the picture, so I'm just gonna check it out first before I show it. The reek intensified the moment Nanako opened the door. Whatever fever plagued the air was clearly out of the ordinary. For a moment, Nanako contemplated turning back, seeing as she still had the option open to her. But as a nurse, it was her duty to determine why a human body was producing such a foul stench. Still, that didn't stop her knees from shaking. Regardless, she mustered her courage, set her hand against the wall, and inched forward through the dark room.
川瀬さん。
Mrs. Kawase? Nanako slid open the door, separating the entryway from the living room. Air pregnant with decay surged outward. Okay, that's just a lot of blood right now. But I'll keep it up just in case. There was no denying it now. Nanako knew precisely what this rancid odor was. Every instinct of hers was screaming to run away. However, since she'd come this far, she'd an obligation to see it through to the end. Just then, something white fluttered right past her face. It was a moss. A male winter moss with snow-white wings had flown into the room. Undeterred by Nanako's shriek, it flapped right on over too. Ooh, gross. There. You can take a look as well, because I had to. A silhouette situated by the wall. The moss perched on its face before entering its mouth. The figure's lips quivered. Oh yeah, that's a bit much to show, I think. Because, yeah, you know, the uterus has been soon shot after, the abdomen, I mean, has been soon shot after, you know, it was opened, and you also see booba. Nanako drew back the moment she realized exactly what it was. A giant mass hanging from the wall. The floor painted liberally with blood. Chunks of meat scattered every which direction. Nanako inched backward. She couldn't possibly have brought herself to take another step closer. She looked away. Though she'd only caught a glimpse of it, that thing was unmistakably Sachiko Kawase's corpse. That's it. Yeah, corpse. Why did this happen? Sour bile stung her throat. Nausea built up like a geyser. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and scrambled outside, voiding the contents of her stomach. Her eyes burned with tears. Hey there, DePaizio. Good to see you. Took everything in her power not to simply collapse on the spot. I have to do something. But what? What am I supposed to do here? She could have known the appropriate course of action. Her mind was in shambles at the moment. So Thursday. Nanako stumbled her way over to the Kuroya clinic and immediately downed a glass of water. Frigid liquid brought her back to her senses. Right, of course. Thanks to that, she remembered what she needed to do. Nanako grabbed the phone seated in a corner of the living room. What was the police's number again? Nanako frantically flipped through the phone book. Eventually she found the number for the Toyama Prefectural Police and dialed it. Calling them would have been a lot harder. The phones used manual switchboards, but unfortunately automatic switchboards had been implemented early in Hitogata thanks to Hinagami Pharmaceuticals' influence. Nanako tapped her foot, clearly impatient. Even the ringing of the phone was grating on her ears, as if each decibel strung out every moment tenfold. Hello, there's been an incident. Someone's been murdered. Nanako hung up and slumped into a nearby chair. She'd been so tense that she couldn't so much as move a muscle now that she finally had a minute to breathe. It happened. The door to the examination room opened, revealing Yuzuru. Oh, doctor. Could have sworn I heard something about a murder. That's right. You see. Nanako went on to describe what she'd seen at the Kawase residence. So Mrs. Kawase was killed and strung up? Yes. But I don't understand. What is the meaning of all this? Yuzuru briefly furrowed his brow in contemplation. Sawashiro, did you go to the shrine and tell them what's happened? Huh? The shrine? Yes, the people in charge need to know. I'll go inform the Hinagamis while you're there. Yeah, I guess the two most powerful clans have to be informed, huh? Understood. I'll head right over. Nanako grabbed the edges of the table and rose to her feet. Though her knees were wobbling, she knew she was better off moving than staying put. She needed to do something, anything, to keep her mind off the terror she just witnessed. I'll see you later then. Thank you, I really appreciate your help. Remnants of the festival still littered the shrine grounds. Yeah, it's crazy into how much detail the game goes sometimes when it describes these scenes. Oh, if it isn't Sawashiro, good morning. Nanako found Kensei cleaning up. Kensei. Huh? Something the matter? Miss Kawase from Migi Hina was, murdered. What? Kensei blanched. I called the police and Dr. Kuroya asked me to inform the Shigusa, so... I see. What did the police say? They told me that one of their inspectors is at a nearby settlement, so they'll send him over here shortly. Also, they said no one was to go anywhere near the crime scene until he arrives. Oh, I mean, they're gonna... They'd said that Uozumi was somewhere out in the sticks, right? So maybe we're gonna see him again in a moment. That would be cool. Alright, thank you for letting me know. I'm guessing you're calling Takayama too, so I don't suspect that will cause an issue. Kensei, I have no idea what happened, or even what I should do. Me neither. Kensei hung his head, looking rather forlorn. Nanako went back down the way she'd come once she was done explaining. Far too much had happened since the previous night. But she was positively exhausted. She didn't feel like eating or sleeping. Nanako returned to the Kuroya clinic. She sank into a chair before resting her arms and head on the table. She felt disgusting. For a moment, she considered asking for the day off, only to quickly realize that was out of the question. Not after the police said they might have questions for her, given how she was the one who'd found the body.
あれナナコ今日
Huh?
は早いんだ
Wow, I never thought I'd see you this early, Nanako. Nobody strolled into the living room. Me neither.
親父も
My
何
old
か
man
慌
left
た
in
だ
an
しく
awful
出て行った
hurry
けど
too. Did something
何か
happen?
あったの
I don't even know how to describe it. All Nanako could do was weakly shake her head. Yeah, I guess these two are probably, or he is probably too young to be filled in on the details. Bunji Inui of the Toyama Police Department stared up from Mai Hina at the shrine on the mountain. No, it's not him. Shame. He snorted and took off. Over a decade's worth of waiting had finally borne fruit. Inui always came up with some flimsy excuse or another to stay in the Hitogata whenever this time of the year came around. That stood as a testament to how long he'd been waiting for the curse to strike the settlement. Excuse me. Inui entered the police station situated just a few steps away from the entrance to the settlement. A lone officer awaited Inui, curiously scrutinizing his arrival.
どちらさんですか？
Who might you be?
県警の
I'm
犬。
Inui of the prefectural police.
だー
Oh, thank you for coming all this way. I'm Takayama, the officer stationed here. Takayama instantly stood at attention and saluted.
現状は
What's the situation with the crime scene?
右ヒンナと呼ばれる地区
Sir,
がありま
it's
す
in a region known as Migihina, sir.
そのようなことは聞いていない。
Wrong answer, I'm asking who you've got stationed there. No one.
ああ、その
I have a trustworthy resident guarding the place.
そうか。
I say. Inui was of no inclination to question or criticize him. He'd already known for a while that the settlement only had a single officer. All he could do was pray no one had tampered with the scene or destroyed any evidence.
案内してくれ。
Take me there. Yes, sir. Takayama clicked his heels and saluted like a model soldier. Inui followed Takayama through snowy roads until a house, surrounded by a crowd, came into view.
野じ馬を散らしてくれ。
Send the rubbernecks packing.
了解しました。
Roger that, sir. Takayama raced over to the villagers. A throng of this size would make it impossible to find any footprints in the area. Not that Inui had ever held hope he'd be so lucky. He approached the house through the parted sea of people. The nameplate to the side of the entrance read Kawase.
県警の方ですか？
Are you the inspector the police sent? A man emerged from within.
刑事課の乾だ。
Correct.
そちらは？
I'm Inui and you are?
医師の黒
Dr.
谷譲
Yuzuru
です。
Kuroya.
現
Come
場
on
は
in.
保全しております
Crime
の
scene
で
has been
どうぞ。
perfectly preserved. Okay, I have to quickly put up the image again in case they're gonna show the corpse in full display one more time. Yuzuru. Where have I heard that name before? Right, of course. He was Hideyomi Hinagami's youngest son.
何も触れていませんな。
Didn't touch anything, did you?
ええ、もちろんです。
No, of course not. Though he didn't fully trust Yuzuru, Inui nodded and marched directly into the crime scene. Yeah,
これは
there it is again. Well, I'll be damned. Inui was rendered speechless by the sight before him. Hanging above a vast ocean of blood was a most grisly corpse. Inui could tell from a glance that there was probably no doctor or nurse who could have done anything for the poor woman.
写真を撮ってくれ。
Photograph the scene. Yes, sir. Pale-faced Takayama retrieved the camera from the cloth bag he'd brought with him. His distress was quite understandable. Even police officers rarely saw corpses quite so gruesome. Blinding flashes temporarily lit the room. The red pervading the crime scene from top to bottom gleamed brighter each time.
先生は見ましたかな？
Have you examined the corpse, doctor? Inui turned to Yuzuru. No, I simply looked her over. From what I can tell, it seems she was stabbed multiple times in the abdomen and subsequently died of blood loss. Takayama procured his flashlight and illuminated the corpse's abdomen. Darkened blood barely reflected any light, likely because it long since dried. So the wounds were stitched back together, huh? Some traces suggested the area from the navel to the genitals had had been sliced open and stitched shut with thick thread more akin to string, greatly resembling the aftermath of a C-section. Do you recall the murder from over a decade ago, Doctor? Yes. Yuzuru nodded. It was like this to a T. The corpse was strung up and its abdomen was stitched shut. Now, what did the people of the settlement call it again? Oh, wrestling videos, huh? Okay. I don't know much about the subject matter, to be honest. But, could be interesting. Although I do know, of course, the cutest in the world, Maki Ito, if you have heard of her. Ah, you mean the curse of Lord Hinna? Yuzuru's question came out as little more than a sigh. I finished photographing the scene. Takayama issued his report, face still blanched. Officer, do you have anything sharp in you? I have scissors, yes. Young officer produced sewing scissors from his bag. Don't put that camera away yet. There's more to this than meets the eye. Inui approached the corpse. So I guess this Inui guy, he knows exactly what's gonna be, you know, inside of the corpse. Sounds intense. Then he pressed the edges of the scissors against the thread, stitching up its abdomen. Alright. I would, you know, show you the cropped out version of it, but I don't know. If I click forward, they might just change the screen again. And then we get surprise scenes that I might not be allowed to show. Okay, anyways, then he pressed the edges of the scissors against the thread, stitching up its abdomen. However, the blood had hardened around the stitches, making his work rather tricky. Thus, Inui had to pry with the scissors until he could finally cut through it. It was only after he'd severed the thread in multiple spots that it happened. Something stirred within the victim's abdomen. Inui immediately cupped his hands below her genitals. Right then, a red lump fell out of the reopened wound with a visceral squelch. Takayama shrilly shrieked. And the police officer just like, Inui scowled and snorted after catching the object. It's exactly the same. A blood-stained clay doll now lay atop his hands. Same thing happened with the previous victim too. Back then, the thing broke apart because no one saw it coming. But now, Inui set the clay doll on the nearby futon. A wave of red immediately radiated across the cloth. That said, there wasn't much to ruin, considering pretty much the whole thing was already blood-stained as it stood. Get some good photos of that thing. Inui issued the fear-stricken Takayama his orders before continuing to inspect the body. The amount of blood at the scene leaves little doubt that this is where the murder occurred. That being said, it's unclear whether she was suspended and stitched up prior or post-mortem. Inui wrote in his notebook as he pontificated. However, it is unrealistic to assume the abdomen was stitched together after the body was hung. The blood congestion on her bound wrists leads me to believe she was tied and strung up shortly after her death. In other words, everything done to the body was carried out with extraordinary haste. Doctor, can you give an estimated time of death from the state of the body? Unfortunately, forensic science is outside my field of expertise. Furthermore, I have no means with which to measure her body temperature here. Yuzuru shook his head. You know, he grabbed one of the corpse's willowy legs. It barely budged, meaning her joints had probably locked up from rigor mortis. I reckon she's been dead approximately 12 hours, taking the winter climate into account. Which would place the murder at late last night, then. Yuzuru checked his pocket watch. Apparently there was a festival yesterday. Did anyone see this woman there? It was only then, after Inui inquired with Takayama, that the inspector realized he hadn't even asked about the victim's name. Sachiko Kawase apparently didn't attend the festival. Dr. Kuroya would know more about her than me. What does he mean by that? I gave her a checkup last night. She wasn't feeling well, so I let her have some medicine. Rather careless, wouldn't you agree? I take that to mean you suspect me of something. Don't take it personally. It's all part of the job. He knew he turned his back on Yuzuru when the latter refused to say another word. Later, you'll need to tell me exactly what kind of medicine you prescribed her. Inui left it at that. It didn't mean his suspicions surrounding Yuzuru were cleared, of course. Based on the shape of the wound, the murder weapon was a short, single-edged blade, likely a dagger used by gangsters, not a scalpel for surgery. So you say, Yuzuru wasn't fazed by Inui's sarcasm. The same weapon was probably used to cut the organs littering the scene. The killer likely did so in order to stuff that clay doll in the victim's abdomen. Was that consistent with the last murder as well? Indeed. Inui's reply was curt. Officer, question the residents outside, particularly about the state of things in this area late last night. I guess that most of them were probably at the festival, but... Yes, sir. Takayama immediately rushed outside. All this bleeding leads me to believe the culprit got some blood on them. That makes two of us. We didn't spot any blood stains outside, so perhaps they brought a change of clothes. Most likely, assuming someone didn't deliberately conceal said blood stains anyway. Though he knew Yuzuru's theory was probably correct, he still couldn't help but throw that out there. You don't seriously think? That officer of yours is questioning the locals, but I doubt we'll get anything useful out of them. Not so long as they believe this was the work of the curse anyway. Maybe you're right. Yuzuru's attitude was admirable, to say the least. You were once the second in line to the Hinagami family, weren't you? Oh yes, I take it that makes me particularly suspicious in your eyes. It's my job to doubt everything and everyone. He departed the crime scene. Okay, I think we can probably bring the image back up on screen now. No more corpse on screen. Forensics and so on will arrive from HQ by this evening. Don't let anyone else in until they get there here. You can count on me, Inspector. But this is like much, this is like before Eiji's time, right? So he wouldn't have anything to do with that, probably. Were you the first to discover the body? No, it was a nurse who works for me. Please tell her to stop by the police station later. I'd like to ask her some questions. Alright. Inui shut the door to Kawase's residence, to the Kawase residence and cordoned it off with police rope. He then scanned the surrounding ground that had been ravaged by the onlooker's footprints. There was no blood to be found, just as Yuzuru had said. However, it didn't look like anyone had been trying to cover up any either. Inui shoveled the snow around the entryway, but found not so much as even a single speck of red. There was no blood anywhere around the door, inside or out, meaning the culprit had likely changed clothes indoors so as not to leave a blood trail. The fact that it had a change of clothes on hand indicated the crime had been carefully orchestrated. It would have all added up if it truly had been the work of the curse of Lord Hinna. But Inui didn't believe in any curse. No, he was convinced it was simply a killer trying to pass their murders off using a local superstition. Yeah, that does sound a lot more likely, doesn't it?
失礼します。
Pardon me, I'm coming in. Nanako opened the door to the police station and trudged on inside. A middle-aged man she'd never seen before glared at her.
県警の乾です。
I'm Inui, an inspector with the prefectural police. You're Sawashiro, the person who discovered the body, correct?
はい。
Yes.
どうぞそこへお
Please
かけ
have a
になって
seat.
ください。
Inui pointed at the stool near the heater.
失礼します。
Thank you. Nanako sat as prompted.
早速
Cut
お
right
尋ね
to
し
the
ます
chase.
が、
Please tell me everything
発
you
見時の
remember
状
from
況を
when you
詳しく
discovered the
聞かせ
body.
てください。
はい。今朝
Alright, I smelled something awful when I passed by Mrs. Kawasa's house early this morning.
一緒に
So I went to look for the source, which is when I found her.
様子を伺いに行って
足跡
Were
な
there
ど
any
はありました
footprints?
か？
足
Huh?
跡
Footprints?
ですか？
Nanako thought back to that morning. Let's see, I walked down the road, noticed a smell headed for Miss Kawasa's house.
よくわかりません。
I'm not sure, it
雪は
hadn't been snowing and the roads were cleared,
乾燥
so...
されていましたから。
雪の上
Was
に
there any
血痕
blood
な
in
ど
the snow?
なかったと
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure I would have noticed something like that, even if it were dark.
玄関の
Was the
鍵は
victim's house locked? No, most people around these parts don't lock their
この辺
doors.
りでは施錠している家の方が珍しいと思います。
私はい
I
つも鍵
do.
をかけているわね。
Always. Inui eyed Nanako like a snake sizing up its prey. Does he suspect me? Nanako gulped.
そうして
So
中
then
に
you
入っ
just
ていた
walked
よう
on
な
in and
見
found
し
the
た
body, huh?
と。
You were also
通
the
報
one
し
who
たの
called the
も
police,
あなたです
correct?
ね。
Yes.
なぜこの
Why
駐
did he
在
call
所
the
に来る
prefectural
のではな
police
く
instead of going
県
here?
警に電話を？
駐在所よりも
Because the clinic, my workplace, was closer than the police station. Besides, I knew there wouldn't be anyone in this place so early in the morning.
ここに
なるほど。
I see. Inui nodded and flipped through his notebook.
被害者は昨
It
日
appears that the victim received a
黒谷医
checkup
院
at the
で診
Kuroya
療を受
clinic
けていたそう
yesterday.
ですが、
Can you tell me
その
about
ことに
that?
ついては？
知り
I'm
ません
afraid
で
not.
した
I had the day off yesterday, you see.
おお、
Well,
祭
because
りに
of the
関わる
festival, I
ことです
take
か？
it. No, I was helping my father.
父の手伝いです。
That was the only answer she could give.
なるほ
I
ど。
say,
大変そう
sounds
です
rough.
な。
Inui scribbled something in his notebook as if he couldn't have cared less.
そうなると、
So that means you were passing by Mrs. Kawasa's house early this morning because of your work?
仕事の一環ですかな。
Yes, I was up working late, so... Nako's hands clenched into fists atop her lap.
そうですか。
Same. However, Inui produced a dark lump out of a box next to him, paying Nanako's behavior no heed.
これが何かわかりま
Do
す
you
か？
know what this is? Nanako cocked her head and inspected it closely. The object was shaped like a crescent moon. What's more, there were several bumps protruding out of it, but she had no idea what purpose this served.
すみません。
I'm terribly sorry, but no.
昔この
Are you
集落
aware
で
of
起
the
こった
curse
た
that
たりを
has
ご存知
previously
ですか？
struck the settlement?
話に聞いた
I've heard of it, yes, but the last time it happened was
最後に
when I
語
was a
りにな
little...
ったというのも私が小さな頃のことで
Nanako's eyes widened in realization. She mulled over the peculiar way in which Sachiko Kawase had been murdered, the lump sitting in front of her, and what Inui had just said.
刑事さんこれは
Spectre, was this the
ヒ
curse
ナ
of
さんの
Lord
語りなの
Hinna?
ですか？
そう呼ばれている事件
It'll
の一つ
probably be
ですかな。
considered one of these incidents, yes. Then, that means what I'm looking at is...
これがみんな
So this is Lord Hinna.
私は
Been
以
looking
前の
into
事
this
件以
since the
来
previous
こ
incident
のことについ
and
て調べ
concluded
て
that
ま
the
して
object left in the victim's abdomen
それ
is
に
a
よる
fake
と
Lord
遺体の
Hinna.
腹部に収められたのは偽物のヒンナ様だそうですよ。
偽
A
物
fake?
ですか
Real Lord Hinna was indeed enshrined reverently in the Hinagami estate. Legends had it that those who prayed to him would have their wishes granted. However, said legends also proclaimed disaster would strike those who worshipped him improperly by worshipping a false Lord Hinna, in other words. Nanako had been raised on those stories ever since she was a child. That said, she didn't know how reliable they were. In fact, up until this point, she'd believed the curse had absolutely no basis in reality. But now that she'd seen this for herself,
今日はもう結構です。
that's enough for today. You can go. Inui abruptly ended the interrogation there. Oh, thank you.
後日またお
I may
話
be
を
back
伺
with
う
more
こともある
questions
か
in
も
the
しれま
future,
せ
so
んの
just
で
be prepared for that
その時は
possibility.
よろしくお願いします。
Alright, I
わ
understand.
かりました
Nanako rose to her feet. Does he suspect me? She'd heard that the first one to find a body was the prime suspect in most similar cases. Thus, there was a real possibility she'd be investigated. Leaden clouds of gloom shrouded Nanako's heart as she exited the police station. Well, well. This is going all kinds of places. We had this very long introduction, but now shit is definitely going down, right? With, you know, more people dying and stuff. Anywho, Takayama returned right after Nanako left.
乾
Inspector Inui.
警部補だ。
It's Assistant Inspector Inui.
はあ、失礼しました。
Sir, my
警部補
apologies.
殿。
Assistant Inspector Inui, sir.
そんなことはどうで
Forget
もいい。
that. Did you learn anything
証言は集
noteworthy
まった
from the
か。
residents?
それが。
Well, Takayama's face dropped.
聞き出せなかった
Suppose I'll take that as a no.
申し訳ありません。
My sincerest apologies. Takayama bowed to Inui.
ある程度のことは
Can't say I'm
分かった
surprised. Knowing this place,
どうせ
he
皆
probably
高見
didn't
が
say
どうの
much
と言
apart
って
from how this
ろ
must
くに
be the
話
work
も
of the
できなかっ
curse,
たのだ
right?
ろう。その通りです。
Yeah, exactly. Inui had been through this whole routine before. He knew the people of Hitogata would simply chalk incidents like this up to the curse of Lord Hinna and pay them no further mind. It was what made rounding up information so difficult. Furthermore, Hitogata was a small settlement, so once something unusual occurred, the whole populace would know about it in no time. After all, while anyone could start a rumor, no one could stop one.
出てくる。
I'm going out. Inui rose to his feet.
どちらへ
Where to?
ひながみ家に行って話
Question
を
the
聞いて
Hinagamis. You stand watch over the
君は
crime scene and
現場が
ensure no one
荒らされない
gets
よう
so
に見
much
張
as
っ
a
てよ
toe inside.
了解いたしました。
Sir, roger that, sir. Inui left the station, figuring those sorts of tasks were all that the young officer was good for. Settlement was practically deserted. Very few people were outside. Those that were simply observed Inui from a distance. However, he didn't bat so much as an eyelid at the cold reception. Most tiny mountain communities had always been this way. They worked themselves to the bone to purge any outsiders who dared infringe on their land. Inui likely would have been stoned to death had this been the era of bandits centuries ago. For such an act would equate to village's safety, violent though it may have been. Perhaps this place was the same. Maybe they'd snuff out a single police inspector like it was nothing, all in the name of protecting the settlement, of protecting Lord Hinna's secrets. Then again, the prefectural police would likely raise hell and immediately turn the village inside out, looking for him if such thing happened. Not because Inui himself was all that important, but as a means of saving face. After all, a crime like that would be considered a blow to the reputation of the nation itself. And no slander in Japan's name would be allowed in this era. Times sure are stifling, eh? Not that he could be ever say that out loud, of course. Inui knew where the Hinagami estate was. He'd been there before, after all. Not only was it close to the heart of Hitogata, but it was also the largest building in the entire settlement, minus the shrine. Unsurprising considering it was home to the most powerful men and women of Hitogata.
失礼。
Excuse me. Inui addressed a girl who was sweeping the snow near the front door.
はい、どちら様でしょうか。
Hello, who might you be?
富山
I'm
県警
Inui
察
from the
部の
Toyama
乾です
Prefectural Police.
家の人を呼ん
Would
で
I
も
have
ら
a
え
word
ば
with
ね
the master of the house?
少々お待ちくださいませ。
Just a minute, please. The girl bowed and made her way into the house. If Inui had to guess, she was a young member of the family. The last time he'd been here, the family had infant twins, meaning she would have been just about the right age. The girl returned shortly thereafter.
お待たせいたしました。奥様
Thank you
がお
for your
待ちですので。
patience. Come on in, please. The matriarch will see you.
うん
That term of reverence indicated she was a servant, not the family's daughter as Inui had first surmised.
では失礼。
I'll show myself in then. Inui found himself in the Hinagami's spacious living room. A charcoal fire was kindling the hearth, warming the air. Inui seated himself on the floor, on one of the floor cushions bordering the table. The door soon slid open, revealing an elderly woman, Mariko Hinagami.
お久しぶりです。
It's been quite some time. Inui bowed to her.
警察の方です
So
か
you're with the police, are you?
はじめまして。
Pleasure to make your acquaintance. Mariko sat at the head of the table, not indicating whether she truly didn't remember him or was simply playing the fool.
ご当主はいらっしゃら
Is
ない
that
の
of the
ですか
family not present?
私がお話を受けたまわ
I
りま
shall
す
be。fielding your questions. Mariko answered with the dignity of a judge presiding over a court of law. Guess this means they don't plan on giving anything away. That was Inui's read of the situation, at least.
今朝方起こった件はご
I
存知
take
で
it
す
you're
ね
familiar with the incident that occurred this morning.
もちろんです。
But of course. Mariko nodded. Naturally. There was no way she wouldn't know what was happening in the settlement, especially if it pertained to the curse.
感想をお聞かせ願えま
Would
せんか
like
な
for you to give me your impressions.
感想ですか
My impressions, you say? Mariko raised an eyebrow ever so slightly, her countenance perplexed.
痛ましい事件が起こったことに
I
つい
humbly
ては
express my condolences that such a tragic incident has occurred.
それだけですか
Is that all?
他に何か
Why, is there more to it? Well,
いい
I'm
ね
just wondering if you
ヒンナ
were
様
aware
の
that
た
this
たり
incident
と言
is
われてい
being
ること
called
も
the work of the
ご存知なの
curse
では
of
ない
Lord
か
Hinna.
ただの噂話でしょう。
It is merely a rumor.
では
Shall I take that to
今回の
mean this
件に
incident has
ヒンナ様は
nothing to
関
do
係
with
ない
Lord
と
Hinna then?
当然です。
Of course not.
私
We
た
held
ち
the
はたた
festival
りを起こさせ
precisely
ない
so as
ため
not
に
to provoke
祭りを
such
行っている
wrath.
のですから。
Mariko's resolute attitude did not falter.
しかし事実
The fact
祭りの
remains that
翌
an
日に
incident
事件が
occurred
起こっ
the
た
day after the
これ
festival.
についてはどうお考
What are
え
your
ですか
thoughts on the matter?
関係のないことです
The。two are unrelated. Mariko's tone brooked no argument.
昔から
It has
祭り
come
の
to
後
my
に事
attention
件
that
が起こっ
similar
ていたよう
incidents
です
have
か
been
ら
occurring after this
それに
festival
便
for a
乗
long
した事
time
件
now.
と考えることもでき
So
ます
one
よ
could
ね
easily assume the criminal took advantage of that opportunity.
よく調べておいでです
So you've done your research.
これでも
Well, I'm not an
刑事ですからな
inspector for show.
前
The
回
previous
起こった事
incident
件
also
も
occurred right after the
確か祭り
festival,
の直
if
後
memory
でした
serves.
そうでしたかね
Is that right? Mariko was playing dumb for certain this time.
昨日の
From what I
祭り
hear, the Oracle offered the
Miko が
ceremonial
神楽を
dance at the
奉納した
festival
そうですね。
yesterday.
ええ、よくご
Your
存知で
sources do you credit?
ヒンナ様
Was
の
a
特選
revelation
は出た
handed
の
down
ですか
from
な
Lord Hinna?
さ
I wouldn't know.
あ、
I'm
私
far
な
too
どが
lowly
預
to
かり
be
知らない
privy
こ
to
とです
such
から
information.
詳しくは
Perhaps
渋
you
さの
should
方
take
々
such
にお尋ね
inquiries
にな
up
れ
with
ば
the
よろしいので
Shigusas.
は
Once again, Inui was left unsure whether she was being sincere or lying through her teeth. Whatever the case, she was clearly keeping her cards close to her chest, and had no intention of changing that.
ではそうしますかな
I believe I will do just that then. I guess the Shigusa's probably not gonna tell him much more than that either, but you know. Inui rose to his feet. They may have this kind of rivalry going on, the heads of the individual families, Shigusa and Hinagami, but still, I guess in an incident like that, they would definitely stick together. Just then, the door slid open, and a servant from before popped in with teacups set atop a round tray.
お茶を
Oh, I
お
was
持ちし
just
たの
about
で
to
すが
serve tea.
結構。
It
それでは
won't be
失礼。
necessary, thank you. If you'll excuse me then. Inui strolled past the servant and took his leave. He made his way over to Kamihina, the center of Hitogata. A stone staircase ran up the mountain, leading to the shrine. Inui took out his pocket watch. It was past 3 p.m. He knew forensics would probably arrive by the time he got back from the shrine. Since the local precinct was at the foot of the mountain, first responders were always slow to arrive. Inui had stationed himself nearby precisely to circumvent such issues, but it didn't appear to have helped much in the end.
証拠隠滅を図
Oh
ら
well,
なかっただけ
better
マシ
than
か。
risking any evidence tampering. And so he started his trek up the stairs. Kind of interesting that, you know, he's definitely the kind of person who is, he's been carrying this around with him, obviously, for a while. And he's very determined to get to the bottom of this. You know, he stretched out once he'd completed the 10-minute ascent to the shrine. Though he was fit enough not to get winded by the walk, it didn't change the fact that his age was catching up with him.
やれやれ。
Good grief! Even a statement such as that was proof he was getting up there into years. You know, he entertained those thoughts as he headed toward the shrine office.
失礼。警察のものだ
Hello,
な。
this is the police. Upon his arrival, he called out from outside. Shortly thereafter, he heard footsteps approaching from the back of the building, kicking snow aside.
警察の方ですか？
Did you say you were with the police? He knew he didn't recognize this man.
富山県警察部の
Yes, I am Inui of the Toyama Prefectural Police. And you are?
私は
I'm
当
Kensei
神社の
Shigusa,
ネギを
the
務めて
senior
おりま
priest
す
of。the shrine.
昨晩の祭りにつ
Well
い
met.
て
Would
いく
you
つか
mind
聞
if
か
I
せ
asked
て
you
い
some
ただいても
questions
構
about
いませんか
yesterday's festival?
祭りのことですか？
The festival? Kensei's face warped in a surprise. He probably expected Inui to inquire about the murder.
あまりお話しできることもありま
There
せん
isn't
が、
much I can really
それ
tell
でも
you,
よろしいので
just
し
so
た
you're
ら。
aware. Would you still like to ask? It wasn't what he'd been hoping to hear, but Inui nodded nonetheless. He'd have to make do if he didn't want them to simply turn him away at the door. Inui entered the wooden-floored room and sat down.
スチャですが
Would you care for some tea?
お構いなく。
That would be much appreciated, thank you. Inui had corralled the teacup he'd been served. It warmed his chilled hands perfectly.
祭りのことをお調べ
Did
に
you
来た
come
の
to
で
here
す
to
か？
investigate a festival? Ultimately, it was Kensei who started the conversation.
無論違います。
Of course not. I belong to the Criminal
私は刑事課の人間で
Investigation
すから
Division, and as
調べ
such,
るの
I
は事件
investigate
についてで
crimes.
す。
でしょう
I
ね。
figured as much.
昨晩の
However, I
祭りにつ
genuinely
いて
do
尋
want
ね
to
た
ask
い
you
の
about
は
last
事
night's
実です。
festival.
巫女による作戦があった
Supposedly, there
そう
was a
ですが
revelation from the Oracle.
どこでそれをお知りにな
Now,
った
where
の
did
で
you
すか？
hear that?
この集落について調べて
The
いれ
sort
ば
of information comes
お
up
のず
as a
と
matter
明ら
of
かになる
course
ことです
when you investigate the settlement,
巫女がいる
including
こ
the
とも
rumors going
人
around
の
that the
噂に
Oracle
上
was
っている
present.
ことですから。
そうですか。
I see. Kensei nodded. He made no attempt to hide the mortified look upon his visage.
それ
So
で
tell me, what exactly
作
was
戦の
this
結果はどうなの
revelation?
ですか。
Kensei shook his head.
答えることはできません。
I'm afraid I can't help you there.
うん。
Inui glared at Kensei.
勘違いしないでいただきたいのは、
Please don't get the wrong idea. I'm not
私が
trying
それ
to
を
hide
隠してい
anything
るわ
from
けで
you.
はないという
What I
こと
mean
で
is, we're equally in the dark regarding what the revelation said.
たくさん
おう
Oh,
ご神託
only
は
the Oracle can
巫女しか
decipher
そ
the
の意
meaning
味
of
を
a
理解できない
divine
とされていま
revelation.
す。
なるほど。
Interesting. Inui nodded.
ではその巫女に合わ
Then
せ
would
てい
you
ただ
allow
け
me
ま
to
せん
speak
か。
with this Oracle?
それはできません。
That's out of the question. Kensei immediately shot Inui down.
なぜですか。
And why is that?
巫女は侵されざるもの
None may disturb the Oracle. A new voice chimed in. came from a woman garbed in priestess robes who just entered the room, namely Saya Shigusa.
たとえ警察の方であろうと
Police officer or not, we're not permitted to see the oracle.
監禁罪などで捜査することも可能
You
です
do
が
realize we could have you investigated on the charges of confinement, don't you?
どうぞご随意
By all means, proceed. Now that the
祭りが
festival is over, the oracle need not
猫
grace
が
us
こ
with
こ
her
に
presence
とどまる
any
理由も
longer.
ありませんゆえ
She'll never find her, no
どこを
matter
探
how
した
hard
と
you
ころ
look.
で見つかりますまい
Huh. So she already is gone or what?
ほほ
That's so. Wonderful, just my luck. Naturally, you know he couldn't have a search warrant issued if there wasn't even any proof that said individual existed.
それはおいおいさせて
I'll
いただき
follow
ま
up
す
on
よ
that later then.
今はこ
Investigating
の
what
集
just
落で起き
happened
てい
in
る
the
事件を
settlement
調
takes
べる
top
ことの
priority
方
for
が
now at any
先
rate.
決ですからな
川瀬さん
You mean the death of Mrs. Kawase?
よくご存
I
知
see you're well informed.
氏子ですか
Well, she was one of our parishioners. He knew he scrutinized Kensei's countenance. He was hanging his head and looked depressed, yet expressed no further emotion.
でではヒンナ様のた
And
た
I
り
take it
と
you're
呼ばれ
aware
てい
that
る
this
こと
is
も
being
ご
called
存
the
知です
curse
な
of Lord Hinna.
ええ
Indeed,
存
we
じて
are.
おります
Saya answered in Kensei's stead.
それに
In
つい
that
ては
case,
どうお考
I'd be
えです
interested
か
to hear his thoughts on that. He closely observed Kensei as he pressed Saya.
どうもこうも
There's nothing to be
その
said.
通りの意味で捉えております
They have the right idea.
その通りの意味とは
Should I take that to mean you believe it really was the work of the curse?
ええもちろん
Yes, of course. Saya's composure wasn't rattled in the slightest, which is interesting, because the Hinagami elder said it was not related, but meanwhile Kensei didn't show much of a reaction.
もちろん
Though naturally we have
こちら
spread
から
no
喧伝
such
したことは
rumors.
一切ございませんが
でしょうな
I thought not. The idea of the curse was so deeply ingrained in Hitogata that they didn't need to resort to such tactics. And the bizarre corpse that turned up was attributed to the work of the curse, with or without one of those clay dolls present. He knew he hadn't brought the one he discovered in the victim's abdomen. There was no way he'd just go around showing off his trump card like that.
昨晩はどちらにい
Tell
らっ
me,
しゃいま
where
したか
exactly were you two last night? Inui interrogated Kensei and Saya. He knew it was a pointless question. Still, at least it spelled out to the Shigusas that he had his eye on them.
祭りの片付けと
We had a little
その後は
drinking
ささやか
party
に
once we
自分を
finished
開きました
cleaning up the area after the festival.
身内の宴で
It
す
was a
から
family gathering though,
どうぞ
so we can't prove that
何の
naturally.
証明にもならないのでしょうけれど
構いません
It
よ
matters not. He got up.
ではま
At
た
any rate,
いずれ
I'll
お
be
尋
going
ねする
now.
こともあるか
I
も
may
しれ
come
ま
back
せん
with
が
more questions
その時
eventually,
は
so
よろ
be
しくお
ready for
願
that.
いします
Well, Inui ruminated over the facts as he made his way back to the settlement. He needed the oracle's testimony. Thus, he'd probably have to stay in the settlement for a little while longer, unfortunately. Then again, he was prepared for that possibility every single year. Besides, he'd already waited this long, so a little more wouldn't kill him. Well, well. That evening, investigators arrived from the precinct at the foot of the mountain and began combing the Kawase residence. Kanen watched them from a distance alongside a crowd of fellow villagers.
ナナコさんが第一発見者らしいわよ
Did you hear? It sounds like Nanako found the body. Meguri broke the silence from her spot next to Karen.
そうなのですか
Wait, really?
駐在
Yeah,
所に行く
apparently
のを
young
見たって
mistress here saw it going to the
Wakao
police
kane.
station. Yeah, they really are like a tightly knit bunch, this whole village, huh? Something out of the ordinary happens, everyone knows.
町から来たらしい刑
I
事さんと
simply saw it
話している
talking
の
to
を
a
見ただけ
detective
よ
from out of town, that's all.
何を話してたか
Did
わ
you
からない
eavesdrop on their conversation?
わからないわよ
Of
それ
course not, though my grandma
うち
says
のおばあちゃ
this
んは
was the work of a
タタリ
curse.
だって言ってたけど
タタリですか
You mean the curse? It was a traditional folk legend there in Hitogata. Karen herself had been told it more times than she could count. The same likely went for Meguri and Yu. According to what Karen had heard, this so-called curse had only happened once in her lifetime, shortly after she and Ayato were born. Thus, it didn't feel real. That was why she and her friends weren't the least bit reluctant to gossip about it. If it is the curse, then maybe this is what the Oracle's revelation was about. I wonder. Karen sought back to the Oracle's ceremonial dance the night before. However, she didn't have the slightest idea what it signified. Wait a minute. I saw the curse was supposed to be punishment for worshipping a false Lord Hinna, right? Fake Lord Hinna, huh? I haven't even seen the real deal myself. Me neither. And she's the one who has the shrine in their house, right? The real Lord Hinna was enshrined in the Hinagami estate. But since Karen didn't know what separated the counterfeit from the genuine article, she'd likely never notice if it was swapped out. Something like that count as worshipping a fake then? Clay doll I made not too long ago was also a fake Lord Hinna, wasn't it? I don't think that counts, seeing as how you made it in the shrine and everything. Besides, the Oracle smashed it up in that cup during the festival, right? Now that you mention it, they did say it was going to be used for the festival. By the way, Mrs. Kawase worshipped Lord Hinna in secret. Does that mean she had some wish? Perhaps. They do say Lord Hinna grants wishes after all. But if the real Lord Hinna grants wishes, then why won't he grant mine? That's what had crossed Karen's mind as she listened to Meguri and Yu converse. I mean, I can only guess what her wish would be, considering how, you know, she's attracted or possibly attracted to her brother, let's just put it like that. Several days had passed since the festival. Naori and his friends all gathered in the secret base for the first time in ages. Hey now, have you heard anything since? Ayato was asking about the incident that had taken the settlement by storm. Sorry, but no. The cops have been keeping their mouths shut around the villages. Did you try asking Mr. Takayama? Well, from what I hear, they've been keeping him in the dark too. Naori had indeed tried to casually prodding Takayama on the progress of the investigation, only to leave empty-handed. Although he has probably seen more than most people, Takayama. Probably because the prefectural police officers making themselves at home in Hitogata considered Takayama a local first and a cop second. It's all so freaky, isn't it? Meguri grumbled. Can't even take a second to relax. Not when it feels like those guys are watching me 24/7. Must be because they've been keeping a particularly close eye on our family. Because you're Hinagamis? Seems like it. Even we've got it better than, well... I had to glance at the corner of the room. Satsuki was there, toasting rice crackers at the brazier. The shrine must have it pretty rough, huh? Huh? Satsuki cocked her head. Surprised you actually made it here, Satchan. Aren't the police crawling all over the shrine? I'm not really sure. Snuck out the back, you see. The back? What, you mean through the mountain? Yeah, it's not too far if you go past the wayside shrine. Shocked you managed to walk here in those robes. Isn't the snow deep? I did get him a little wet, yes. Satsuki grinned bashfully. Cops would probably give us hell if they knew we were meeting here. Indeed, it was a rather delicate situation. Why? It's not like we had anything to do with the murder. Yeah, but we're the only ones who know that. Wait, you mean they'd suspect us? It wouldn't surprise me if they assumed we were plotting something here. We're doing nothing of the sort. Just mean that's what it'll look like to them. That being said, it'd be a major pain in the ass to have that old fogey and his guys thinking we're criminals. An inspector with serpentine eyes who'd been spotted around Hitogata came to Naori's mind. That perhaps we'd better off avoiding this place for now. Yeah, I don't want them kicking us out of the secret base for good. Everyone else nodded, apart from Satsuki, who anxiously regarded her new friends instead. You mean we can't meet here anymore? Just for a little while. It'll change once the police leave. I see. Hey, it's alright, Sachan. It's not like this is the only place we can meet, right? No, they tried comforting a gloomy Satsuki. Suppose you're right. Yeah, it might be difficult for her to just go anywhere, you know. So that was probably the perfect place. You know, historically reviewed reports at the police station's work desk. Should I make some tea? Aboard Takayama stood around like a soulless golem. You do your thing. You know, he brushed him aside with an apathetic remark that could have been taken either way. If you've got time to make tea, then go out on patrol. Couldn't even be bothered to tell Takayama that. Forensics officers and the like had performed their own investigations on Sachiko Kawase's homicide, yet failed to turn up anything particularly noteworthy. The findings had been more or less the same as what Yuzuru Kuroya had deduced at the scene of the crime. Nothing belonging to the murder had been found. However, that itself was proof that the culprit had been very well prepared. As such, that meant it had to have been a premeditated murder. And again, just about anyone could have figured as much simply by seeing the state of the body. True, yeah. Definitely not what you would do out in a factory or something like that, I guess. To make matters worse, the thread used to stitch up the corpse and the rope that had been suspended were off-the-shelf goods one could buy just about anywhere. In other words, identifying the culprit via that route would prove impossible. Just as Inoue had suspected, the only real lead was the clay doll found inside the victim's abdomen. Though soaked with Sachiko Kawase's blood, the thing had clearly been netted by human hands. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to lift any fingerprints off it. This surely was the curse of Lord Hinna that villagers spoke of, and that clay doll was a fake Lord Hinna. However, that raised the question of what exactly had made it, of who exactly had made it. Had it been Sachiko Kawase herself, then that would turn this killing into an instance of the curse, just as the legend said. But were it in fact someone else entirely? That person could possibly have disguised their murder as the work of the curse. The tea's ready. Inoue ignored the teacup Takayama set on the desk and addressed the younger man instead. That nurse who first found the body didn't take part in the festival, correct? No, not according to the records. Speaking of which, her alibi for that night's been corroborated. Not by a relative, I hope. By a father and a man who was staying with him. I see. Suspecting the one who found the body was par for the course when it came to homicide investigations. However, Nanako Sawashiro's ties to the curse were weak. Her employer had formerly been a Hinagami. That was it. Still, he knew he couldn't help but wonder if asking Yuzuru Kuroya to examine the body had really been the right choice. Is the connection just a coincidence? Just how much is happenstance? Just how much is happenstance and how much is by design? It was difficult to draw the line. He couldn't just jump to conclusions and assume it was all one interconnected plot. Much as he wanted to believe it was, that didn't mean he could afford to discard all other possibilities either. Tying everything together like the reports before him was impossible, for now anyway. Making that happen would require one last ingredient. The Oracle, huh? If he knew he could just prove she existed, if he could make her the cornerstone to this case, then he believed he could unravel the mysteries behind that so-called curse. Well, good luck with that, I guess. Chizuru sat in the living room by her lonesome, drinking tea. Things had gotten awkward around the house since the other day. Starting with Nanako, everyone, even Yuzuru and So, had found themselves with remarkably little to say to one another. Chizuru wondered if she was partly to blame for that. After all, she was the one who initially disrupted the status quo, even before the murder. Fumi had barely said a word to her since that one day, and yet he'd silently accompanied her to the festival, all the while still recovering from his injuries. Yeah, I mean, I reckon the situation would be pretty awkward after incest, right? You know. It's all my fault. Nothing I can do to make up for crushing his dreams. Nothing at all. Chizuru clenched her sighs. She couldn't help but remember that night. Chizuru hadn't considered that an act of penance, not in the slightest. She'd done it simply because she wanted to. Chizuru drooped across the table. He reached for her skirt and then... You're not gonna start anything naughty here, are you? Just to be sure. Oh, there you are. Nah, it's okay. It's fine. But you never know with this game. Huh? Chizuru jolted at the sound of So's voice. Something wrong? You're not feeling well? Oh, no, it's nothing. She managed to squeak out a reply despite the panic rattling her. A letter from the Kuchikis just arrived. Oh, you mean my father? Could this be about? Chizuru read the letter, so handed her. Come home? It was her father's handwriting. Seems Yasutada's worried due to everything that's happened here. That made sense. It was only natural he'd be concerned about his children. What with Fumiya's injuries and that murder. I'll arrange a car and train tickets for your trip home. Wouldn't it still be safer here than in Tokyo when the war was taking place around the time? I'll arrange a car and train tickets for your trip home. Okay, thank you very much. Chizuru returned to her room. The window was open, cold air streaming in from the outside. Did I forget to lock it or something? Puzzled, Chizuru approached the window, only to notice snow stuck to the windowsill. Huh? Chizuru leaned through it and looked outside. When she did, she caught the sight of a trail of footprints engraved into the snow. Chizuru gasped and backed away. Did someone break in? She quickly took stock of her surroundings. Just as she was beginning to think there were no signs the room had been ransacked, she spotted the camera on the desk. Why? The back cover was open. Chizuru frantically checked it. It's gone. It was an empty space where a roll of film should have been. Chizuru opened her bag over by the nearby bed. The spent rolls of film were still in their case. The rest of her belongings were all there too. So someone broke in and stole the film in my camera? But who would do that and why? Chizuru sat on her bed. Her mind was such a jumbled mess that she had no idea what to do. Should I tell someone? No, I can't cause more trouble than I already have. Fortunately, she just replaced the film, so the roll had been stolen was completely blank. Oh. Chizuru approached the window again and wiped the snow off the windowsill. So whatever photo they were looking for in the camera was, they probably didn't get it in the film they stole. Anyway, once that was done, she closed the window and locked it tight. If she pretended she hadn't noticed, then it'd be like nothing had ever happened. There was no need for her to rock the boat. All she wanted was to spend her remaining few days here in peace. Huh. Well, interesting. There was only one picture taken earlier, right? That was worth mentioning. Or that was mentioned in the story, and that was obviously the one that they took together with all of them. Satsuki sat curled up in a corner of the room. She'd been spending her time like this since that day. Rarely did she move to do anything besides eat the food she was served. She simply looked at the mirror from time to time and sighed. What's wrong?
どうしたの？
Her lips fluttered. It's nothing.
何もないわ。
Satsuki looked away from the doll. I'm just a little
少
tired.
々疲れてしまった。
That's all. I see.
そう。
Well, the doll's head drooped. You're
あなた
lucky.
はいいわね。
Satsuki reached for the doll. I wish I had your strengths.
あなたのような強さを持ちたかった。
You see how all of this seems very strange, these conversations she's having? She proceeded to grip the doll's head tightly. Tell me,
ねえ、教えて。
why is it that I'm
どう
far
して
more
見ていただけ
depressed
の
even
私
though
が
you're the one who actually
手を
did
下
the
したあ
deed?
なたよりもずっとめいってしまっているのかしら。
All I did was watch. Ooh. No response. I wanted to be you.
私はあなたになりたかった。
What? So one of them committed the murder? And now we can probably be safe for sure that
あなたの強さが
one
欲
of
しかっ
them
た。
is probably... That there are two people for sure. We can probably say that now for certain. I wanted your strengths. So why?
それなのに
Why did
ど
you
うして
steal everything from me?
あなたは私から全てを奪ってしまうの。
She squeezed the doll. Satsuki could do little more than hang her head. Well, well. Plot sickens,
それで
huh?
は短い間でしたがお世話にな
I
り
know
ま
we
した
weren't here very long, but thank you so much for taking care of us. Fumiya bowed once the taxi pulled up to the settlement.
お世話になりました。
Yes, thank you. Chizuru followed suit.
またいつでも
Come
来な
back
さ
to
い。
visit whenever you'd
不便
like.
で何もないと
Not
ころ
that we
だ
have
ね。
much worse coming back to, I know.
いえ、
Don't say that.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much, really.
ナオリも挨拶くらいし
Sure
な
to
さ
say
い
your。goodbyes too, Naori.
ああ
Right. Naori reluctantly took a step toward the siblings.
また今度
Later.
お世話になりました
Thank you for everything. The two boys bowed to one another. Though they'd spent several months living together, Naori hadn't spoken much to his cousins in that time. Therefore, he wasn't particularly torn up about them leaving. Just then, the rear door of the black car opened up.
それでは、さようなら。
Bye. vehicle drove off once the siblings got inside.
慌ただしかったな。
Certainly left in a hurry.
そりゃこれだけ面倒が起こって
It's no
しまって
wonder
はな
considering the chaos around these parts right now. Can't say I'm surprised their father wanted them back, even though the state of Tokyo's taken a turn for the worse.
しかし、
Speaking of surprises, though, now they glanced at the police station behind them.
よく出ていくことを警察が許したの
Shocked the police even allowed them to leave.
無関係だからだろうさ
Probably figured those two had nothing to do with the incident. Seems they're already narrowing down the list of suspects.
その割には捜査員も
Guess
減
that
らしたじゃない
explains
か。
why there are a few officers around. They didn't even have anyone standing guard over the Kawase residence anymore. If it weren't for the keep out sign outside, one would have taken the place as a site of a No one would have taken this place as the site of a gruesome incident.
目星がつけば
The closer you are to a suspect, the fewer people are necessary. So turn around.
じゃあわしは帰る
I'm
から
going
な
home. You'd better do the
お前
same.
も隠れ家なんかで
They'll
遊ん
arrest
で
you
ち
if
ゃ
they
とっ
catch
捕
you
まるぞ
playing in that secret base or whatever of yours. What? How do you know?
わかってるよ。
I know. So we found out. Didn't see that coming. These old geezers here in this village know everything apparently. After he and his grandfather parted ways, Naori returned to Kamihina, where he found Ayato and Satsuki in front of the staircase to the shrine.
よう、お二人さん。
Hey there, guys.
あ、なおちゃん。
Oh, I
親
know.
戚はもう帰ったのか
Your cousins leave already?
今しがたな。
Yeah, just now.
いろいろあったからね。
Can't blame them after everything that's happened.
出ていけるんだったら。
Probably leave too if I could.
なおちゃんだって医者になるんだった
Won't you
ら
be
その
leaving
うち勉
Hitogata
強しに
sooner
出
or
ていけ
later anyway to study medicine? Naori furrowed his brow.
そうだな。
Most likely. It's not like I can commute to a medical school from here after all. Will I go to the nearest city or will I go all the way to Tokyo? Though Naori wasn't sure yet, he intended to come to a decision soon.
リヒトはどうなんだ
What about you,
絵の勉
Rito?
強とかしたいん
Want
じ
to
ゃない
study
の
the
か
arts or something?
僕は
I'm not
どうだ
sure.
ろうね
Ayato smiled indecisively.
誰も許してく
Thing
れ
is,
ない
I doubt they'd let me even if I wanted to. Ayato was destined to succeed the Hinagami family. Therefore, he'd likely get involved with running their pharmaceutical company, whether he liked it or not. Though the scale was different, he and Naori were practically in the same boat.
さっちゃんはどうなんだい
How about you, Satchan? Naori turned the conversation over to Satsuki.
何がでしょ
Oh,
う
what
か
do you mean?
将来のこと
Referring
さ
to your future. Surely you must have something you want to do with your life too.
私は
I don't know.
わかりません
Satsuki hung her head.
そういうこと
I haven't given it much thought, you
あまり
see.
考えたことなかったから
大抵はそ
It's
うだよ
nothing to be ashamed of.
僕だって
I'm the same
結
way.
局どうするか
And
あ
so
ま
are a
り
lot
考
of
えていない
other
んだから
people. Yeah, some people till it's way too late. I had to comfort Satsuki. I wouldn't have any personal experience with that or anything, you know.
あ、そうだなお
Oh,
ちゃん
by the way, now,
なんだ
yeah,
例の家
wanna go check out that house?
例の
What? How? Oh, you mean the one where the
事
incident
件のあった
happened?
家かもう捜査も終わって誰もいないんだろ
Yeah, no one's around investigating the place anymore, right? Ayato was wrapped with curiosity.
そうらしいけどな
Supposedly, yeah, but don't you think that would be in poor taste? It was the site of a murder, after all.
こういうことなんてめったにないだろ
Come on, how often does something like this happen?
そう頻繁に
Almost
あって
never, I'd
怖い
hope.
さっちゃん
Seriously, Rito, can't you see you're making Sachan uncomfortable too?
私は
I don't mind.
別に
Yeah, not if she was involved in that somehow. Satsuki denied it. She quite clearly had qualms about the plan.
大丈夫だよとっくに片付けられ
Don't
てい
worry,
るだろう
it'll
し
be fine. I'm
何の
sure they
問題もない
finished
って
cleaning up long ago. Oh,
そう
really?
ですか
Nori was tempted to ask Ayato why they should even bother going if the place had been cleared out, but he ultimately held his tongue. Ayato probably wouldn't have had an answer for him, even if he did voice that question after all. The boy was simply curious, nothing more, nothing less. The three of them headed toward the Kawase residence in Migihina. The surrounding snow had been cleared entirely, probably the investigators' doing. A rope with a keep out sign was strung prominently across the area. However, there was no one standing watch. As such, I had to promptly strode over the rope and ventured onward.
あまり荒らすなよ
Don't make a mess of the place. Naori warned Ayato before raising the rope for Satsuki.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. Satsuki passed on through. Before them was the front door and nameplate reading Kawase. Ayato reached for the door.
おい、そこに書いてある文字が読めな
Hey,
いのか
can't you read? That sign won't stop me because I can't read. A voice suddenly accosted the group from behind. Naori turned around to find the middle-aged inspector who'd been hanging around Hitogata recently standing there. His name was Inui, if memory served.
聞いてないのか
Didn't you hear me?
あすみません
Yeah, sorry. Naori sincerely apologized and seized Ayato and Satsuki by their sleeves. Ayato looked disappointed, while Satsuki seemed relieved.
最近のガキは恐れってものが
Kids
ない
these
の
days have no sense of fear. Inui grumbled as he approached the three of them.
もう全部片付けたんですよね
Well, I mean, the police have already cleared the whole place out, correct?
当然だ
Of course. The body's been sent to the corridor, while the house itself
屋内も洗浄
has
し
been
てある
thoroughly cleaned.
だったら少しくらい中を
Then a
覗い
little
たって
peek won't hurt, Will.
坊主
That kid is
そ
what's
れは
called
住居
breaking
侵
and
入罪って言
entering.
ってな
That's a serious crime. I had to shut up after Inui reprimanded him.
君は確かひな神
You're
の
the
子だな
Hinagami boy, aren't you? I had to snap to attention upon hearing those words.
あの
Please don't tell my father.
この程度で告げ口するほど
I don't
暇
have
では
time
ない
to report you over something so petty.
はあよかった
Phew. I had to heave a sigh of relief.
その代わりいくつか
In
尋ねたい
exchange, I
こ
was
とがあるの
wondering
だ
if you
が
wouldn't
構わない
mind answering some questions.
あ
What?
はい
Oh,
わかりました
sure. Naori was impressed that Inui had managed to present Ayato with an offer he couldn't refuse.
君たちは
What were
祭り
you
の日
kids
に
doing
何
on
を
the
して
day
い
of the
た
festival? Inui scrutinized the group.
俺もですか
Are you asking me too?
答えたくないのならば
I
それ
don't
でも
mind if
構
you'd
わない
rather not answer. However, Naori didn't think that sounded like an option.
普通にみんなで神
We
社
were
の
at the
境内
shrine
にいました
like everyone else. Ayato started explaining just as Naori was puzzling over what to tell Inui.
何か変わったこ
Did
と
you
は
notice anything strange?
何もありませんでした
No, nothing at all. Naori answered first this time.
いつもと違うのはミコが
Oh, but
踊って
the
いたから
oracle's dance was different than usual. That's about it, I think. Then Ayato went and ruined everything with that thoughtless comment. Hey, I mean, at least he's honest to a police officer, right?
ミコか
Oracle, huh?
何ですか
What about her? Naori unconsciously took a step forward to shield Satsuki after surmising Inui knew what the oracle was.
そういや君たちが何
Think
者
of
な
it,
のか
I
聞い
haven't
てな
asked
かっ
for
た
your names yet, have I? Inui took out his notebook.
君はひな神の子だっ
As
た
I
ね
said, you're the Hinagami's boy, right? He started with Ayato likely because he was an easier nut to crack than Naori.
ひながみあやとで
Yes,
す
I'm Ayato Hinagami. Ayato answered honestly. He was probably driven by the fear that Inui would report him to his father.
そちらのお嬢さんは
And you, miss?
私は
My name is
篠田
Satsuki
と申しま
Shikusa.
す
Satsuki bowed her head.
神社と何か関係があるのですか
Do you have some kind of connection to the shrine? I don't believe your name is in the Shikusa family register.
彼女は仕草家の親戚ですよ
That's
しばら
because
く
she's
前
a
から
relative of
こ
the
ちらに滞在して
Shikusas.
いるんです
Now she's been staying here for a little while now. Naori extended Satsuki a helping hand.
うんお住まいはどちらですか
Then where do you hail from?
東京の四谷区です
Yotsuya, Tokyo.
ご両親のお名
And
前
your
は
parents' names are?
父は仕草光雄
My father is Mitsuo Shigusa, while my mother's name is Ryoko. Satsuki answers without the slightest hesitation. This was all news to Naori.
嘘をついても調べればすぐにわか
Do
ること
realize
です
an
よ
investigation will quickly uncover any lies, right? He scribbled this information into his notebook.
嘘ではありません。
Not lying, you're more than welcome to look into the matter if you doubt me.
そうですか
I say,
で
where
は
are you,
君は祭
where
りの
were
時
you
どこ
during
に
the
いたのか
festival?
僕と一緒にいました。
She was with me.
ミコが
We
踊
were
っている
together
時にで
during
す
the oracle's dance too. I had chimed in before Satsuki could answer. Well, I mean, that much is true. Even if something weird is going on here, for sure.
本当かね
Is that right? Although if there were really two people, as we assumed, then you know.
もちろんで
Of
す。
course it is.
他にも一緒にいるのを
Several
見てい
other
る人
people
はい
saw
ま
us
す。
together too.
それに写真だって。
There's even a photo of... Suddenly Naori cut himself short. Chizuru was the one who'd taken the photograph. However, she'd brought the camera home with her.
写真もあるのか
Photo of this, you say?
うちに滞在していたいとこが撮りました。
My cousin who was staying with me at the time took it. Unfortunately, she just left for Tokyo less than an hour ago. He snorted, betraying no indicator as to whether he was satisfied with the explanation or not.
さつきさんだったか
Satsuki, was it?
もう一つ
Just
聞か
one
せ
more
てくれ
question, if you will.
何でしょうか。
What is it?
君はミコのことを
How
どの
much
く
do
ら
you
い
know
知って
about
い
the
るの
Oracle? He went straight for the kill. His serpentine eyes were trained at Satsuki. It was clear he was determined not to miss even the slightest of twitches from her.
よくわからないのです。
Very little.
わからないとは
Define little for me.
あの装束を身にまとって
Say
いる
that no one
ことを
knows the
誰も
identity of
知
the
らない
one
と
wearing
おっ
that
しゃっていま
outfit.
した。
どういう意味
Just
だ
what is that supposed to mean? Satsuki shook her head.
そこま
I'm
では
afraid I'm
わ
not
かりま
quite
せん。
that informed.
詳しくは他の
Please
方にお
inquire
尋ね
with
ください
someone else for the details. He pocketed his notebook as though her answer had satisfied him. Or rather, he'd probably realized he'd never get anywhere.
もういいでしょ。
Maybe go now, Inspector. Even so, Naori cut between the two and tried to bring an end to this interrogation.
君にも尋ねることがあったよ
Not yet. I've still got a question for you, Naori Kuroya. He knows. Even though he hasn't said his name yet. Naori still hadn't told his name.
そう固くなることはない
No need to look so hostile. The Kuroya Clinic has been of much assistance to the investigation, you see.
お言葉ですが、あなたがうちに
With
来た
all
ことは
due
ないはずで
respect,
す
I
よ
don't。believe you ever visited our home.
君の父上から聞いただけだ
Father simply told me about you, that's all. Naori had no comeback for that, knowing his father had gone to examine Sachiko Kawasa's body after Nanako had found it.
聞きたいことは
Alright then.
何ですか。
What do you want to ask?
黒谷院に勤めている看護婦
It's about that nurse who works at your family's clinic. What was her name again?
沢城奈々子。
Sawashiro Nanako. Naori answered even though he knew it was a leading question.
ああそうだ
Yes, that's the one.
彼女が
You know what she
祭りの
was
日に
doing
何
on
を
the
して
day
い
of
た
the
か知らない
festival?
かね
さあ、彼女はソフト
Beats me, she just works for my grandfather and father, so how would I know? Simply saying he didn't know would have left a bitter taste in his mouth. So Naori intentionally replied aggressively.
そうか
Is it so? And yet, he ended this interrogation without so much as a fight. No, perhaps it hadn't even been an interrogation at all. I had to know it pretty much sounded like one. Felt more like he'd simply asked on a whim since the opportunity had posed itself.
では失礼させてもらう
Very well, I must
そ
be
の
going
建
then.
物には入るなよ
Stay away from that building. He glanced at the group after firing off that warning.
男女
Also,
7歳
boys
に
and
して
girls aren't
席を
supposed
同
to
じようにせず
fraternize after
とある
early
のだから
childhood.
せ
So
めて
limited
手
to
をつなぐ
holding
程
hands
度
if
に
you
抑えて
must.
おけよ
What kind of advice is that? Okay, hold up. What? He departed, leaving a clearly flustered Ayato behind.
どうしましたか。
What's the matter? Satsuki cocked her head curiously.
何かあったのか。
Did something happen? No, they joined in on the prying.
いや、
No, nothing at all.
それのど
Says
こ
the
が
guy breaking
何
out
もない
into
やつの
cold
うろたえ
sweat.
方だよ。
But ultimately, Naori decided to pursue that line of questioning no further, figuring that it'd just lead to the one major headache of a conversation from the way Satsuki was acting. Yu was cleaning the exterior of the inn, as per her daily routine. The police had finally pulled out of Hitogata, leaving the settlement with the quietest morning it had in what felt like an eternity. Then again, no one could remember the last time the inn had ever had so many guests either. Yu had been busy as a bee helping her grandmother that whole time, which had kept her away from her friends. Though that was inevitable, seeing as how those two were the only ones working the inn. Phew. Yu went back inside once she'd finished sweeping the snow all these investigators had haphazardly kicked about as they left. Yu. Yoshi, her grandmother. It's not a Yoshi. it's just a name. Called out as soon as she saw her. Yes, Grandma. Why don't you take a bath? Break. Take a bath? What am I reading here? Why don't you take a break? Tray of tea and steamed buns sat beside Yoshi. That sounds rather appealing. You took a seat on the raised floor near the shoe rack by the inn's front door. I must say, never in my wildest dreams would I have fancied the curse of Lord Hinna creating such a stir. Yoshi casually referenced the recent state of the inn as she drank some hot tea. You mean it never caused a ruckus before? Yu was perplexed, believing a commotion of that level to be only natural for a homicide. Well, no, there's always an uproar at first, but usually people stop talking about it once they realize it's the work of the curse. She's talking about that so casually, like it's just, it just happens. Because they fear the curse. Mayhaps. The curse only ever strikes sinners, though. Yoshi continued sipping her tea. Does that mean Miss Kawase sinned? Falsely worshipping Lord Hinna is a sin indeed. She was at fault for trying to take a shortcut toward granting her wish. Why would anyone do such a thing if everyone knows that will get you cursed? It just goes to show how desperate her wish must have been. You pondered the matter, but ultimately couldn't conceive what sort of wish one would be willing to risk their life over. I mean, maybe it's related to her husband or something like that, because they said she was a widow. But who knows? That's way too much speculation. But then again, I mean, if she was murdered, maybe there was no friggin' wish at all to begin with. Inui perused the collection of documents pertaining to Sachiko Kawase. She'd been prone to illness and had exhibited difficulty conceiving following her marriage. Sachiko had been receiving infertility treatment when all of a sudden her husband passed away in an accident. Her health, as if compounded by the resulting grief, fell into a downward spiral shortly thereafter. Not only had she rarely interacted with her fellow villagers, if ever, she'd also spent most of her days over the last few years sick in bed. Inui had scrutinized the documents from cover to cover more times than he could ever hope to count. However, nothing in them remotely hinted at a potential motive for homicide. The only thing that caught Inui's eye was her husband's death, but the subsequent investigation into that incident revealed there had been little to no chance of any foul play. Thus, though he had loathed doing so, he decided to consider the case from the angle of the curse of Lord Hinna. Inui wasn't a believer in the supernatural, not even in the slightest. He knew that every case out there, no matter how aberrant a surface it may have possessed, had a human pulling the strings from behind the curtain. As such, the idea that the deity had cursed someone to death in a fit of divine wrath was utterly preposterous to him. Sachiko Kawase had most certainly been murdered, and by a fellow human no less. That being said, the term curse still had its roots deep in the case. The reason she's been cursed was certainly because someone had wanted her dead. Another human had cursed and killed her for a reason. And that reason was...
ヒンナ様か。
Lord Hinna, huh? Inui ruminated over the clay doll that had been in the victim's abdomen. That piece of evidence had been brought back to HQ when the other investigators left. And so he only had a report on the item in question with a black and white photograph attached to reference. According to the legends, worshipping a counterfeit Lord Hinna was what invoked his curse to begin with. Inui had no means with which to verify the authenticity of the clay doll. However, the mere fact that Sachiko Kawase had been cursed naturally led one to assume it was a fake. Or perhaps the one enshrined in the Hinagami estate was the only one that could be considered real. If so, then perhaps it was the place where it was worshipped, not the doll itself, that was the deciding factor. The Hinagamis were the only ones who could worship the real Lord Hinna and partake in his blessings.
そう考えるのは早計か。
No, perhaps it's too rash to assume as much. It was still too early for him to start pointing fingers. Figuring out why Sachiko Kawase would be worshipping Lord Hinna came first.
死を落としてでも
There was a
叶えたい
wish she
願
wanted
いがあっ
granted so
た。
badly that she threw caution to the wind. It was a reasonable assumption. But what sort of wish could drive a person to such lengths? Make a full recovery? Nah, too simple. The resurrection of her husband, then? No, that's absurd. There isn't a snowball's chance in hell that could come true. Then again, curses themselves are also absurd. Perhaps wanting something unrealistic in the first place is exactly why people wish for them.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous, all of it. Inui chided himself for indulging in such fantasies and had a sip of tea. It tasted as frigid as a block of ice. Speaking of zipping, I need to drink something as well. The Hinagami family had just finished dinner. Karen and Ayato bathed in the warmth of the hearth.
兄様、このお洋服
Well,
いいと思
Ayato,
いませんか
do you like these clothes? Karen showed off the fashion magazine Shizuru had brought with him after returning home for the first time in March, eagerly eyeing her brother's reaction.
僕にはよくわからないよ。
Sorry, but I don't have a good eye for fashion. Ayato shook his head. Ugh, yep, saw that one coming from a mile away. Ayato may have loved drawing, but he couldn't have cared less about the latest fashion trends.
ゆかさんはどう思います
What are you saying, Miss Kirimura? Thus, Karen turned to Yuka, who was cleaning up after dinner.
私はお洋
I'm
服を着
afraid
な
I
いの
don't
で
wear Western clothing, so I couldn't say.
も
Ah,
あ
oh,
で
but
もお
I
嬢
do
様
think
には
they'd
似合
look
います
good
よ
on you, Mistress
そう
Karen.
思いますよね
Would you
隼人
agree,
様
Master Ayato?
あ
Oh, yeah, sure.
聞いていました
Are
か
you
兄
even
様
listening, Ayato?
も
Of
ちろんだよ
course. His response made it all the more evident his mind had been worlds away.
隼人様はさつきさん
Thinking
の
about
ことを考
Satsuki,
え
aren't
た
you,
のではあり
Master
ません
Ayato?
か
What? No,
そんなこ
not
と
at
ない
all.
けど
Bullseye. Karen was irritated by her brother's bald-faced lie.
兄様そんなのはどうだ
Forget
っていい
about
でし
her
ょ
for now, Ayato.
Yuka-san
Miss
も
Kirimura,
おかしなこ
don't
と
go
は言わないで。
flustering him with inappropriate questions. Ah, don't be such a Karen.
はい申し訳あ
You're
りま
right.
せんでした
My serious apologies. Yuka meekly apologized. However, Ayato's head was still in the clouds.
兄様
Ayato. Karen tugged at her twin's sleeve.
うん
I know. He said that, yet he simply kept nodding like a mindless marionette.
もう最近さっちゃんに会ってい
Sheesh,
ないか
don't
らっ
all,
て
act
落ち
all
込まない
gloom
で
and
くだ
doom
さい
just because you haven't seen Sachan in a while. Karen was shouting before she could stop herself. Though her brother and Satsuki had spent a lot of time together after the festival, the girl had suddenly stopped showing herself to others one day, as if she'd vanished in a puff of smoke.
いろいろあったからもう
Maybe she went
東京
home
に
to
帰っちゃった
Tokyo because of all the commotion around these parts. Ayato hung his head.
そうなんじゃないですか
Be on to something. After After all, Naoti's cousins had recently done just that.
気になるんでしたら
Why not go to the shrine and check on her if you're so worried?
言ったけどさ
Tried, but things seem kinda
なんか
tense
ピリ
there.
ピリしてるんだよ
警察の方も
Must be because the
よく
police have been
神社に出入り
frequenting
し
the
ているそう
shrine.
ですからね
Though I've seen them
こ
around
ちらにも
here
見られ
too.
ていましたけど若女将の話
But
では
young mistress said that
ほとんどの方
almost
はすで
that
に
most
帰
of
ら
the
れたと
cops
のことです
already
けど
went home.
今晩も
Perhaps.
何やら
But
説明
apparently
す
one
る
of
こと
them
が
will
あ
be
るとか
visiting
で
this evening to
こちらに
explain
見られ
something
る
to
そう
our
です
order.
がまたですか
Again?
いい
Seriously?
加減にしてもらいた
When
い
are they
な
going to give it a rest already? Karen loosed a heavy sigh. She just hoped that this whole mess would finally be over by winter's end. Yeah. I think most of them are probably just, they are quite content with just blaming the curse for it. And, yeah, moving on with life. Megari waited outside a secret base, her heart beating madder than the drum at the parade. She'd been pacing so much that her footprints littered the whole vicinity by now.
落ち着きなさいよグリコ
Just relax, Guriko. You shook her head with an exasperated look on her face. Can't help it. Megari stopped and swiveled toward you.
こんなことするの
I mean, I've never done anything like this before.
そりゃそうでし
You
ょ
make a fair point. You sighed.
でもいい
Are you sure about this though? Knowing Rieto, I'm sure he doesn't.
わかってるわよ
I know that already. Meguri shouted before a friend could finish. Look, I know Rito's heart belongs to
さっちゃ
Sachan.
んのことが好き
I
な
mean,
の
all
は
of us
間違い
do,
ないけど
but still, that doesn't change that I
私だって
ずっと好きだっ
had
た
a crush on him for a long time, haven't you? Meguri couldn't deny Yu's claim. Never told anyone how she'd felt, not even you. And yet, her friend had seen through her all the same.
仕方ないじゃない好きになっちゃった
Can't help myself, not when I'm in love. Meguri's voice was as faint as the flickers of a dying candle flame. Held a torch for him since way before Sachan entered the picture.
分かってる
No. You would rustled Meguri's hair. Hito should be here any
もうそろ
minute.
そろリヒトが来るはずよ
うん
Yeah,
おひなに
I just hope
気づかれ
Wahina
てな
didn't
ければい
find
いけど
out.
私が呼びに行った
Should be
時
safe.
おひなはいなかった
Wasn't around when I called him
大丈夫
out.
だと思うわよ
What's more, I swore
リヒ
Hito
トにも
to
口止めしてある
secrecy.
し
ありがとう
Thanks, young mistress.
どういたしま
You're
して
welcome. What a wing woman, huh? You wiped the snow off her shoes.
じゃ
At any rate, this is as good a time as any to take my leave. Stay strong, Guriko. Thanks again. Meguri watched as you slowly faded out of sight. Said she'd be waiting nearby, which meant Meguri had to get her answer here and now. No, she already knew what the answer would be. She'd known from the start. Thus, this confession was little more than a way for her to finally put her feelings to bed. Here. She took a deep breath. Arctic air flooded into her lungs. She felt the knots in her stomach unwinding at the same time. Okay. It'll be fine. You've got this. Meguri looked up and saw Ayato approaching. She hurriedly looked down and took another breath. Her heart was racing like a runaway train.
グリコ
Guriko, I had to call out to her.
若女将から聞いた
Young
んだ
mistress said you wanted to have a
No.
word with me. Yeah. And also the violence in this game is also kind of brutal at times. So yeah, I have my dedicated censoring image that I use for those scenes. Meguri raised her head and acted like everything was normal. However, she couldn't bring herself to say the words her heart was screaming.
それにカレンには内緒って言われ
She
た
also
し
told me I needed to keep it a secret from Karen.
あんまり
It's not
気に
that
しな
big
く
a
てもいいの
deal,
よ
really.
そ
Oh, yeah?
ええ、その、
Uh-huh.
それで
So, what is it
何
then?
かあったの？
Well... Megari's eyes darted every which way.
あの
Oh,
ね、
you
リヒト、
see, the thing is, her words were failing her again.
うん。
Yeah, I had to cock his head. He's gonna get fed up with me if I don't act soon. But much to Megari's misfortune, her brain was going haywire at that moment, rendering her unable to find the right thing to say.
だから、
So,
あの、
She blinked over and over until eventually she felt something hot rolling down her cheeks. Huh?
Guriko.
Guriko?
え、
What?
あ、
Wait, huh?
何？
Suddenly everything was a blur. Now that the dam had broken, she couldn't stop crying.
ごめん。
Oh no. I'm sorry, Rito. Megari looked away from Ayato and sniffled. Even she didn't know why she was crying. Was it because she was having trouble speaking? This makes no sense. All I've got to do is talk to him and say the same way as always, yeah? And yet, she couldn't bring herself to say it despite that knowledge.
ごめん。
I'm sorry. Thus, she simply apologized once more.
大丈夫かい？
Are you okay? Ayato's voice was laced with kindness and concern. Yeah. Unfortunately, that just made her feel even worse. What do I do? I'm never gonna tell him if this keeps up.
あのね、
So hey, Rito. Ultimately, she tried talking before she had time to think in hopes of conveying her feelings to him. Yeah.
私、リヒトのことが好き。
I'm in love with you. Her heart burst apart at the seams the moment those words finally escaped her lips. Huh?
あ
What?
の、
Ayata's eyes widened like saucers at the abrupt confession.
ただそれだけ言いたかったの。だから、
Just wanted to get that off my chest. That's all. So, sorry for bothering you. Megari kicked off the snow and tried to run away, unable to bear staying in Ayato's presence for a second longer.
待って。
Hold on. But he immediately grabbed her arm. Megari nearly tripped over. However, Ayato caught her and kept her in place.
ごめん。
Sorry. Ayato promptly released her.
あの、いきなり
This
の
is
ことで
all really sudden, so I'm not exactly sure what to say, but
僕は
分かってる。
know. Megari shook her head.
分かってるけど、聞かせて。
I know, but please, tell me anyway.
落ち
That
着
way I
け
can finally let you go.
僕は
Okay, well,
多分
I think I'm in love with Sachan,
さっちゃんのことが
so I'm
好きな
sorry. Oh,
Daka.
poor Meguri.
ごめん。
Meguri's raging heart finally quelled like the sea after a ferocious tempest once she heard that.
うん。ありがとう。
Thanks, Rito. But the two of them go back way further. It's the curse of the childhood friend, huh? As usual.
グリコ。
Guriko.
分かってたから、大丈夫。
It's okay. I already knew.
これまで通りの
From
友達でいいよね。
tomorrow on, let's just go back to how things were, alright? She smiled at Ayato. Though honestly, she couldn't tell how genuine it looked. Megari's sobs resounded through the darkness of the secret base. What did I do? You
頑張った
were
ね
so brave,
グリ
Guriko.
コ
You comforted her like a mother.
でも、
But I don't understand. I already knew how he felt, so why? Why does my heart hurt so bad? Meguri wept for what felt like ages in the secret base, till her tears finally ran dry. Well, I mean, at least she had the courage to say it, right? Satsuki was resting in her futon, eyes shut. It'd been hours since she'd gone to bed, yet slumber still eluded her. Was it because she'd been confined to this room for days? I mean, I confined myself to my own room for days, so that couldn't possibly be it. And I sleep like a baby. Or possibly due to lazing about so long without lifting a finger like a sloth. No, perhaps the fear of facing another spine-chilling nightmare was what kept her awake. Dread would seize her in its clutches come nightfall. You saw black, white, and red in the darkness. Her mind was fading. And yet, for some reason, she told herself that she mustn't fall asleep. For no matter how hard she tried to fight it, she couldn't keep the revolting memories out of her mind. She heaved a weary sigh. She slept terrifying nightmares would assail her. But if she didn't, she'd recall terrifying memories. Which was the more palatable of those poisons? All I did was watch. So why? Yeah. I mean, you watched a murder, so it is probably pretty shocking, even if you didn't do it yourself. Just then there was a voice. She craned her head to see the doll on the floor staring blankly at her. Hey. Yes? Did something happen between you and him? Oh, they're talking about what she had with Ayato, so like what? Satsuki's heart nearly caught in her throat, despite her efforts to answer as casually as possible. Yeah, so this is now 100% certain that we're talking about two different people here. It was only a speculation up until recently, but now I guess we can probably say that for sure, because why would she say that to herself, right? Why would she say, act like she didn't know about the fact that she had, well, that she boinked Ayato. It was a secret only she and he shared. Cruel. Cruel? You're calling me cruel? Yes, what else would you call someone who plunders everything you want? And both of them apparently wanted Ayato, huh? felt the darkness deepen. Tell me why. Why are you doing this to me? I never meant to. She sat up in her futon. Her heart ached. That hadn't been her intention at all, yet it was hard to deny the accusation. Supposed to be my shadow. It's exactly what I am. Indeed. She was a guardian, never allowed to step out into the light. Believe me, I know my place. If I didn't, why else would I have... Then why? The two voices overlapped. Why did you take him from me? Yeah, I did point out at one point, right, that Satsuki seems to have different voice actresses, right? You could clearly hear that, so it would make sense. Maybe if you went back through that chapter again and listened for it precisely, you could perhaps tell the two apart. Because I can never be with him. You're the only one who has that right. I did it because I knew I wasn't going to be around forever. And so she'd wanted to leave some kind of proof that she'd existed. Before she faded for good. In his heart, if at all possible. Will he ever notice the difference between us? Even if he hasn't yet, one day, maybe, just maybe. I wanted to take your place. Satsuki muttered those words in a low voice. The light ultimately favored the shadow more. She reached her arms out. You're not part of me. A shiver rushed down her spine. Thus, you and I must be as one. Then and only then will I become my true self. I'm still. She gripped the doll. So please. Satsuki's finger sank into Satsuki's neck. Well, okay. One of the two is murdering the other, apparently. She firmly took hold of the futon's sheets. The very same futon where a corpse now lay. Once ready, she carefully wrapped the sheets around the body's arms so they wouldn't get dirty. Eventually, said arms were covered from fingertips to shoulders. Next, she procured a chisel after she confirmed the position of the shoulder joint. Finally, she set the chisel atop the sheet against the joint, then struck it with a mallet. The chisel's blade gouged out the corpse's flesh. Carmine stains danced across the white sheets. The visceral squelching of skin and sinew, a tearing asunder, abruptly ended when the blade came into contact with sturdy bone. In its place arose the cacophony of bones breaking apart. The chisel carved through the corpse with great ease, likely due to its slim build. Next, she produced a small knife and severed the armpit sick tendon. That part was decently challenging in comparison due to the resilience of the muscle. The resulting spatters of blood liberally painted the futon crimson. Finally, once the tendon was completely severed, she set the knife aside and began tugging on the arm while twisting it. The room resounded with the creaking and crunching of bones grinding against one another. She picked up the knife again and started chopping out the epithelium this time. Her work was meticulous and careful so as not to produce any unnecessary blemishes or scratches. A cocktail of red blood and white fat gushed out of the corpse. It was foul and reeked of decay, and yet she continued her work without so much as batting an eye, as though she were merely dressing a pig or a chicken. She removed the arm. Then she lovingly caressed it, catching the blood dripping from its stump with her mouth. What the fuck? However, she wasn't quite licking it, she was drinking it. After continuing for a while, she gingerly set the arm atop the futon, as if to say she had her fill. With that, she resumed her macabre work. She rammed the chisel into the opposite arm. Though blood didn't exactly start gushing out, the act was still enough to decorate the area in a fresh coat of scarlet. The futon and floor beneath it were likely soaked. She carved out the unnecessary portions and removed the arm. Afterwards, she opened up the sheet and kissed the fingertips. She then wrapped her tongue around those fingers and sucked on them for quite some time. Nanny. Finally, she released them, carefully wiped the saliva-drenched fingers, rewrapped the sheet around them, and then set the arms on the futon. She rose to her feet with the chisel and mallet in hand, before moving to the corpse's legs. Moments later, she opened its kimono, exposing pallid size. She caressed those parts of its bare skin completely unsullied body. Unsullied by blood, sorry. Her fingers glided over to the root of the corpse's legs. Once there, she pressed against the groin and started rubbing. What? What are you doing, lady? The impressions of her fingers remained even when she finally released it. Afterwards, she wrapped the corpse's legs in unblemished sheets. And finally, she took the chisel again and pressed it right beneath the hip bone projecting from the groin. Oh god, I was worried there for a sec they were gonna switch to the torso. The blade sank deep. Yellow fat dripped out from the wound, probably because the corpse had more meat there than on its shoulders. Blood spurted forth a few seconds later. It blended with the air, creating a juice that oozed out with a sickening squelch. And yet she continued with the chisel regardless, swiftly dismembering the leg. Occasionally she would slice the skin with a knife, while carefully exerting the chisel to cleanly sever the femur from the hip joint. She peeled the skin off the unnecessary portions, carved the flesh, and sliced the tendon. The genitals near the stump had already lost shape. She pried the chisel around the joints like a lever. And with that, she tore the cartilage from the bones. The leg was successfully rendered from the body with a conspicuously loud noise. Lastly, she severed the muscles still connected and wrapped the cut surface in a sheet. Red fluid seeped into it in a matter of moments. She set it alongside the arms and got to work on the last leg. Since she'd already completed work on 3 limbs, this final one went rather smoothly. It didn't take all that much time to amputate it. Damn. Okay, it's not as bad as I expected it to be. Her lips twisted into a satisfied smile when she was done. Next, she wrapped the corpse's torso in a blanket. Long hair fell all over it, like mold on stale bread. With that done, she lifted the body, finding it much lighter than it had been in life, thanks to the lack of limbs. Yeah, it would be. Closed the door. The severed limbs were still sitting in a dark storehouse. Little to nothing stirred at this hour. Choking stench of death filled the air. Blood pooled around the vicinity of the dismemberment site. Yeah, I assume it would. She opened the door, Satsuki's body clearly defined in the moonlight. Well, goddamn. So much for Ayato's love, I guess. Seriously, couldn't be more pathetic if you tried. Those were the first words out of Naori's mouth. Seeing I don't know that, Ayato hung his head. So anyway, you never found out for sure? Well, no, but it wasn't a good time to ask. You'd agree if you'd been there. I get that, but if you want to know so badly, why not ask? I mean, the Shigusas were at your house last night, right? Yeah, but only because their inspector rounded them and my family up for a talk. Didn't feel like I could get a word in. Ayato grumbled. That's why I brought you along. I thought maybe you could help. Yeah, I figured it was something like that. Asking about Satsuki seemed simple enough for Naori. However, the question remained whether it was appropriate for him to do so. Ayato was the one who wanted to know after all, so by all rights, he should have been the one stepping up. I'm only going for moral support though, you do the asking. He's gonna be in for a surprise. Unless, you know, the people at the shrine actually already knew something about this, that this was gonna happen. Yeah. Ayato nodded, and yet he still hesitated to begin the trek up the staircase. Come on, Rito, the stairs aren't going to climb themselves. Yeah. Ayato took a timid step forward. You must really like her to go to all these lengths, huh? Naori himself had never fallen for a girl before. He just found that he didn't understand the ABCs of love. Perhaps it was because he'd been raised under the idea that Japanese boys should faithfully serve their nation without allowing the trappings of romance to distract them. No, I probably would have still felt the same, even if I hadn't been brought up that way. I mean, how could I live for another, let alone this entire nation, I don't even know how to live for myself. Lately, Naori had been doing a lot of soul searching about what he truly wanted to do with his life. Becoming a doctor hadn't been his idea. However, his father wasn't exactly forcing him down that path either. Naori simply had no idea of what else he was capable of. Once upon a time, he'd wanted to be an author, but he'd cast that dream aside without even realizing it at some point.
Nao-chan?
Now? Naori's ruminations were interrupted by the sight of Ayato scrutinizing his face.
Ah,
Whoops, sorry about that. For the time being, taking care of Ayato's problem came first. Naori was only interested in their feelings for one another. Shall we? Ayato started ascending the stairs. Naori slowly followed him amidst the snowflakes dancing on the wind. Though perhaps it was only natural since he was younger, his cousin lived however he pleased. Naori would have been lying if he said he wasn't jealous. Ayato simply stuck his nose into whatever he fancied, unbound by his social status or taboos. It was totally different from a guy like Naori who simply wore the mask of a people person. It was no wonder Satsuki and Meguri were attracted to him. Why, even his sister Karen adored him. He's nothing like me. Just then a question popped into Naori's head as he trailed behind Ayato. Exactly when was it that I became so cynical? When I first started reading Dad's book collection, perhaps? Naori had pored over his father's entire stock of psychiatry books. Among them had been particularly fascinated with Freud's psychoanalysis. The awareness of the unconscious that lurked in the depths of the mind intrigued him. That said, he hadn't understood a lick of it. Though not for lack of trying, probably because he'd taken the whole thing at face value. Though really, that was exactly what he found so fascinating about it. Perhaps he wanted to become a doctor precisely to make sense of those writings. But at this point, he failed to understand that wish itself was an unconscious desire dwelling in the depths of his psyche. The cousins scaled the staircase. What? Naori looked up to, when he heard Ayato rasp out a single word. Oh shit! A girl in a kimono was standing under the shrine's archway. No, not standing. Floating. Sachan. There was no mistaking that long hair and kimono pattern. Ayato raced over to her. Naori promptly followed suit. Satsuki was suspended in midair by ropes secured to the archway. I had to reach for her, only to freeze right up. Hold on, what? The boy fell to his knees. Satsuki's kimono was littered with splotches of blood. The snowy wind blew the hem all the way up to her waist, yet her legs were nowhere to be found. Sachan. I had to stare up at Satsuki's whole body rooted in place. Her visage was deathly pale. What? Satsuki's sleeve fluttered in the snowy wind. It was hard to tell whether Ayato didn't understand what he was seeing, or was in grave denial of reality. Sachan, hey, come on, please say something, anything. I had to tearfully call out to Satsuki's limp, lifeless husk. On the other hand, Naori was meticulously analyzing the side before him. Did they deliberately tie her to the archway? But who would do that and why? Who gives a shit about any of that? I had to roar, completely losing his cool. Sachan. He wailed his heart out. But go call the police. Naori turned around. Though it would have been faster to get someone from the shrine instead, he didn't want to risk that. Not when he still didn't know the culprit's identity, or whether the work of the curse of Lord Hinna or not. It was all but certain that the members of Shigusa Shrine were closely tied to this. The snow intensified, shrouding everything in its path. Damn! You know, I was sorta expecting this, but it still caught me a little off guard. Because, you know, I have seen parts of this. I have, of course, memories of this game, but yeah, you know. Ayato was kneeling before Satsuki's body in a stupor by the time Naori returned with Inui and Tao. Inui determined it was a homicide, called his precinct for backup, and began investigating. Yuzuru and the police coroner performed a detailed autopsy on Satsuki, ultimately concluding that she choked to death while her limbs had been amputated post-mortem. Naturally, suspicion was quickly cast on Shigusa Shrine. However, the investigation proved grueling. Based on the weather conditions, the estimated time of death was placed at approximately 10 hours prior to the discovery of the body. The Shigusas had all been at the Hinagami estate in Kamihina that night. Inui had called for and been party to that gathering, so he knew better than anyone that their alibis were rock solid. Satsuki's body wasn't at the archway when the Shigusas went home either. Undeterred, Inui still thoroughly searched the shrine grounds. When he found no solid proof, he still petitioned the courts for a warrant. And yet, despite going so far as to investigate the main shrine hall off limits to the general public, Inui ultimately found nothing. Of course, it was always possible that any evidence had been disposed of, given the gap between the discovery of the body and the start of the investigation. But even taking all of that into account didn't change the fact that the Shigusas weren't present at the shrine during the time the crime was committed. It only left the possibility that an outsider had killed Satsuki. However, the villagers wasted no time writing off the case as another occurrence of the curse of Lord Hinna. If someone died in this place, it could only be the work of the curse. That was the ideology to which the people of Hitogata subscribed. Inui had dealt with far too many people who believed that without question. However, when compared to the rest of the victims, there was something profoundly different about Satsuki's corpse, namely her missing limbs. It was an aspect notably lacking in all past instances of the curse. That opened the door to the notion that this wasn't the curse's doing. But that being said, it didn't feel like a run-of-the-mill murder either. Perhaps someone had removed her limbs, so there'd be no fingerprints left to identify the victim. I mean, that does not really make that much sense, right? Because, I mean, everybody, even though she was like not in the spotlight all the time, people in the village knew who she was, obviously. It was the very existence of the victim, Satsuki Shigusa, that brought Inui to this idea. No one had been living at the address in Tokyo that she'd provided. Inui had given the Shigusas the third degree regarding the matter naturally. However, they insisted that had been the correct address. As our investigation of the Shigusa family register revealed that there was indeed a Shigusa, Yoshimitsu and Ryoko's son, to be exact, who had lived around there. However, there had been no traces of any Satsuki in the son's own family register. There was always a possibility that she'd been an illegitimate child, and therefore unregistered, but investigating the son proved to be impossible. Political motives were likely to blame for that, jurisdictional conflicts, and other such matters that were beyond Inui's knowledge. Thus, as no one had any means of identifying her, Satsuki was ultimately buried as a Jane Doe. And due to the war looming on the horizon, the investigation was called off, leaving everyone involved with unanswered questions. Well, Rip Satsuki, I guess. Oh, hey, I think we're back to the present now. That was a lot. I said it before, but that's a long backstory. So, you know. But we made it back to the present, and it looks like we are in Yukiko's perspective right now. So yeah, let's see what Yukiko has to say. Yukiko Kayahara sat at the desk in her room. Occasionally she'd catch a glimpse of white flecks dancing through the darkness that blotted out the other side of her window. It appeared to be snowing outside. Yukiko shut the curtains and picked up a book. The very last she wanted to do was finish the short story in the time she had left before bed. That being said, she'd read this novel from cover to cover more times than she could dream to count. To the point she'd more or less memorized the whole thing, albeit not word for word. And yet, she found the story so addictive that she just couldn't put it down for good. It's basically for her what Home Alone is for me, because I watch it like every year, right? The novel in question had been popular amongst female students a little while back. It all began when the book became infamous due to the incidents surrounding it. Yukiko didn't know much about the crimes in question, though she did recall the stir it caused. That said, alright, didn't they say a dismembered body was found in Inokashira Park? That was about all she really remembered. She wasn't interested in the killings. It all felt worlds apart to her, even after she discovered the book in question. That was why she was in no hurry to look into them. This isn't working. The sentences just weren't sticking with her. Perhaps drowsiness had finally begun to take dominion over her. Yukiko's head was spinning, almost as if it were a merry-go-round that had gone haywire. She reclined in her chair. Are you sleepy? Someone was talking to her. The voice belonged to a boy. You're tired, so you should just go to bed. Perhaps he was right. But about a month since she'd transferred into Oba Girls Academy. Yet she'd been constantly on edge the whole time, owing to her difficulties with adjusting to the new environment. Plus, she had class tomorrow. After taking those factors into consideration, Yukiko ultimately decided to do as the voice suggested. The book fell out of her grasp. Its cover slipped off when it hit the floor. The Egg of Neanis. And the title was none other than The Egg of Neanis. Written by Katsuragi Shin. You know, all part of the first game. I drove... Oh yeah, now we're back to, you know, Yukari made that call to Tokisaka residence, and her brother answered, and she said, come to the hospital right away. Because she had previously witnessed the suicide attempt of this Masaki guy in Inokashira Park. I drove to Kuchiki Hospital in Nakano, racing through dimly lit streets. Yukari's call hadn't provided me much information. It wouldn't have surprised me if the police had been around, since whatever happened sounded like some sort of accident or crime. Yet the cursory look around the area revealed no such individuals. Still, Yukari's panic had clearly indicated something bad had happened. Ultimately, I went inside, figuring it'd be faster to get answers directly from the horse's mouth. The hospital was practically abandoned, likely because it was late into the night.
Yukari!
Yukari! I hurried over to my sister after finding her on a bench in the hallway. Oh, Reiji. Yukari slowly rose to her feet, her face scrunched as though all hope had been lost. What happened? Well, Yukari stared at the door on the other side of the hallway. Examination room. Who's in there? This is saying I don't know. My sister shook her head as she clutched her left elbow. What do you you mean you don't know? Well, it all happened so fast that I wasn't sure what to do. Wait, what? Back up, Yukari. I've got no clue what's going on here, so could you take it from the top? Okay. Yukari explained the situation to me. Long story short, she'd encountered a man in the park who'd attempted suicide. He was then brought to the hospital to treat his wounds. It sure sounded like my sister, all right. Not many people would have accompanied a total stranger, and one who'd attempted suicide at that, to the hospital. Hell, I probably would have just called an ambulance and left. I see. Why do you need me exactly? Oh, well, you see. Suddenly someone emerged from the examination room before Yukari could answer. Yeah, they have history. Oh, Mr. Tokisaka. Well, if it isn't Dr. Yamanouchi. Koharu Yamanouchi was an obstetrician who'd lent me a helping hand on some past cases. Thought medical emergencies like these weren't your responsibility. They're not. I just happened to be on duty, that's all. Anyway, the patient hasn't regained consciousness yet. Koharu turned to Yukari. All signs indicate he'll pull through. He lost more blood than expected, so it looks like he'll end up needing a blood transfusion after all. See, and you're certain my blood won't be of any help? Oh, she wants his brother's blood for that guy, huh? Blood we took from you earlier indicates your blood type is AA, making you incompatible with the patient. You said your brother's blood type is O, correct? Is there any truth to that, Mr. Tokisaka? Yeah, I'm the only one in the family with O blood, so my folks used to joke that they would found me under a bridge. What? But yeah, they take the blood type serious over there, I hear. Your parents were likely both type AO in that case. Are you talking about that whole genotype thing? I heard it was a more specialized classification method than the standard ABO system. Correct. To the best of our knowledge, the fact that you and your sister are type O and type AA, respectively, is only possible if your parents were both type AO. I say. So I take it this patient of yours is type O too then? Not necessarily, because I think O types can be donors for everyone, right? Now I understood why Yukari had called me. I just couldn't think of anyone else with type O blood. It's fine, really. You did good. Type O blood is compatible with every other blood type, making it the universal donor. Yeah, exactly. However, blood stored in blood banks carries a higher risk of infection, so... Relax, I don't mind, really. Yukari was clearly determined to see this through until she knew the man was stable. As such, I had to help her to the best of my abilities, unless I wanted her labeling me the biggest piece of shit brother who ever lived. Oh, thank you so much for that, Eiji. Alright, in that case, I'll have to run a quick check of your blood first, so would you mind letting me draw some? Go right ahead. Roll my sleeve up to my elbow. Has the patient been ID'd? Yes, his name is Mr. Masaki, a man who's been visiting this hospital for quite some time. Koharu explained the situation to me as she rubbed the inside of my elbow with the disinfectant-soaked cotton ball. That's how we were able to identify him so quickly, even though he wasn't conscious to take any questions. There, now please relax. I felt a syringe slide into my arm. Ugh, all these years and I'm still as uncomfortable with needles as ever. All done. Thank you very much. Please hold down on this for a little while. Koharu extracted the needle while I pressed down on the resulting puncture hole with a cotton ball. She then shuffled back into the examination room. There were some things at the hospital I wanted to look into. Now it didn't seem a good time for that. Hey, Yukari.
なんでしょ
What
う
is it, Reiji?
どうやら
Looks like he's gonna pull through, huh? Yeah. Yukari nodded. It seemed I was just as much of a softie as she was, seeing as how I'd given up my own blood for a total stranger.
ありがとうございます
Thank you so much for all this, Reiji. She's definitely a positive influence on him, though, so... Then again, I suppose it was necessary to ensure her efforts didn't go to waste. Alright. Well, so I'm thinking if we should start another scene or if this is just... come on, let's do a little bit more. I entered my office come dawn. My body still felt sluggish because of all the blood I donated the night before. Frankly, I was shocked that I'd actually managed to drive Yukari home after all that. Maybe I'll have some stir-fried pork liver for lunch. However, there was one place I had to swing by beforehand, and it just so happened to be the last place on Earth I wanted to visit. It's the Takashiro Clinic. Because, you know, this lady, she really wants his D every time he visits. So I'm gonna be careful. And prepare my censoring image. I took the Yamadi line over to Takadonbaba. A short walk afterwards led me to a familiar clinic. Though it still shocked me that she hadn't changed the name to mortuary by this point, considering the lack of living patients I ever saw in the place. That went for me too, of course. Sure, I was woozy from the blood loss, but that didn't make me her patient. I'd rather die than end up that way, though apparently that was the admission fee for her services.
肝臓食べます
Up for some liver. Natsume pointed to a bloody lump on a tray after I filled her in on my plight.
いやそれ解剖したやつ
Yeah, no, that's from a corpse, isn't it?
新鮮だから
So
問題あ
what?
りません
Seems fresh as hell.
見立てでは
Can't
間違い
argue with
ない
that, I
ですけど
guess. Though it sure as hell looks like it was grappling with some terminal cancer.
問題だらけじゃないですか
Remind me to never accept food from you again. I sat on a nearby chair. He was Natsume Takashiro, a coroner who specialized in forensic pathology, an ugly profession that still qualified her as a doctor.
俺は先日の事件に
Came to ask about the murder from the other day.
あ
Oh, that one. Natsume chucked her liver into the trash. Is that even legal? Let's see here. The victim of the case was... Oh, I found it. It was Mayu Kamizono, yeah. Natsume produced a document. The case in question was a homicide that had happened right at the end of last month. Mayu Kamizono, a nurse, was found gruesomely murdered in her own apartment. Police arrested the male suspect, at which point I was brought in to give a second opinion. It was then that I exposed the flaws in their logic and proved that he couldn't have possibly murdered the victim. And he doesn't even know that the guy that he just he just donated his blood to is the same person that was accused of the murder, because Yaginuma, that smug prick, wouldn't fill him in on the personal details of the guy. Supposedly they'd let the guy go afterwards, yet apparently still weren't any closer to identifying the true culprit. Seems Yaginuma still suspects the guy they cuffed first.
あいつはただ楽をしたいだけでしょ
Probably just looking for an easy way out. While Ryoichi Yaginuma of the NPA was by no means incompetent, he tended to bully people around the clock.
状況証拠だけですから
Though all I've got is circumstantial evidence, so there is still room on the suspect list for the guy I admit. While my reasoning had been that the suspect was likely unconscious at the time of the crime, seeing as he had taken some potent sleeping pills at the hospital earlier, even I knew that theory could be poked full of holes.
睡眠薬を途中で
It's hard to
吐いている
imagine that he threw the
効き目が
pills
現れ
up,
なかった可
or
能
they
性
just
まで
didn't
考
work
慮
to
する
begin
のは
with.
難しいですよ
でも仏藩の状況は
But it don't seem like a hit and run murder, not with a corpse like that anyhow.
ぐちゃぐちゃやったさ
Too much of a mess.
そうですね
True. Not only had the body's abdomen been sliced open and stuffed with something, she'd been suspended off the ground too. Thus it most likely wasn't a spur-of-the-moment killing. Oh, speaking of, have they finished analyzing that dirt thing that was in her abdomen?
ああ、あれな。
Yeah, it turns out it was just your run-of-the-mill clay. We
表面から
didn't
は
find
指
no
紋らしきものは
fingerprints
一
or
切
nothing
見
on
つか
it.
りませんでしたわ。
Any past murders potentially resembles?
類似でしたら。あ、ほら。
The only ones within the MPD's jurisdiction are the black egg murders. Not that you need me telling you that, obviously. In their jurisdiction. Point taken. Black egg murders. Series of killings that centered around Obergirls Academy nearly 2 years ago. The culprit was already behind bars, though.
その土人形
It's
が
all but certain
胎
that
児を模した
clay
も
doll
のだ
was
った
model
こ
of
と
a
は
fetus.
ほぼ間違いない
They
よう
even
で
went
す
so far as to make an
ご丁寧に
umbilical
へその
cord,
緒まで作られておりました
so
から
we're pretty damn sure. Did you guys manage to turn up anything else?
せやね
Well, we
もし
examined
も
all
の
the
ことを
organs
考
lying
え
on the
て
floor
飛
just
び
in
散っ
case
た
there was
内臓
something
全部集
worthwhile
め
in them.
て調べました
We
けど
didn't find squat.
減ったりも増えたりもしてませんでしたえ
Then I guess the killer really did remove them purely to make room for that clay doll. Essentially, it was done to hide something or anything of the sort.
純粋とは
Purely, yeah.
あまり言えません
Wouldn't have been my first choice of words. If the goal was to exhibit the body like that, we might be dealing with a cultist or something here.
せやね
Yeah, maybe I should look into the victim's personal relationships. I was at the hospital yesterday too. It completely slipped my mind.
おや朽木はんとこの子だって
Oh,
気
so
づ
you
いてた
knew
んです
that
か
nurse was from the Kuchiki's joint? Well, yeah, I don't completely shirk my own work, you know. Mayokami's owner worked at Kuchiki Hospital. I wish I'd asked Dr. Yamanouchi about her, but in hindsight, yesterday hadn't exactly been the best time for that anyway. I'll check again tomorrow. Alright, one more thing, Natsume.
なんです
What's up?
島のお世話が必要で
Need
す
some help downstairs as well? Not a chance. This horny doctor's libido knew no bounds. Was going to ask you if you had any other info on the suspect.
それがな
Well, that's the thing. Yaginuma won't tell me shit. Some crap about how it burnt none of my business.
言うて
Why not just ask him in bed then? Oh, you naughty boy. Oh, please never say that again. I'm feeling faint already.
せやかってん
By the way, I prefer doing it on the floor in a futon over a bed. That is information I could have lived without. Okay, good. I was worried there for a second that they were gonna go at it. Okay, I think with this break in the story, I think this is probably a good place to stop for today. Man, we had a very long introduction there in Hitogata, but it was definitely, it definitely had a big showdown there at the end, I guess you could say. And yeah, now we're back to the present with a lot more info that is gonna come in handy. And we've already started seeing some potential connections there, right? Because, you know, the clay doll, of course. And, yeah, but that was pretty much obvious, I suppose. And they're obviously still clueless about that, because why would they know? But yeah, I guess that's pretty much all I can say in conclusion about that. We'll see how where the story leads us tomorrow. I really enjoy this story in overall, and yeah, it's gonna be some a wild ride. I can already promise you that, even though I've forgot like 70% of all the details of the story. All right. In any case, thank you very much for stopping by. Let me just quickly see where I can send you tonight. Guess the boomer should be live by now. Actually, no, he's not. But should be live any minute. Well, his loss, I guess. I'll just send you over to Sidekick instead then. if he wants my raid, he has to stream on time, and he's 4 minutes late, so you know. Anywho, thanks again, and until next time, have a good one and take it easy. Bye bye.